Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council business meeting this morning. It's Tuesday, November the 12th, 2024. It's 9:02 a.m., and we are in the community wing of City Hall. I would ask you all to please rise and join me in our Pledge of Allegiance, and following the pledge, you're welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, pray, or pause for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And I would go ahead and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Alvin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri. Present. All members are present.
Very good. The first item on our agenda, D, are proclamations and presentations. And I'm going to ask Councilman Clufus to deliver what will be this council's final proclamation, I think a fitting one, and one that represents a trend-setting initiative by a trendsetter. So, Councilman? Good morning. Get close.
Ooh, picture duty, good call. Delegation. Got management written all over you. Perfect. Thank you all for being here this morning. This proclamation, whereas Shirley Chisholm was a humanitarian, a politician, and achieved a dynamic list of firsts. She was a trendsetter before her time. And whereas Chisholm's legacy focused on the equal rights of women, children, family, and education. And whereas Chisholm made history for being the first Black United States Congresswoman and making a bid for the U.S. presidency in 1972. She was an advocate for minority education and employment opportunities during her term in Congress. And whereas Shirley Chisholm was bold in taking a diverse approach as a politician, she stood firm in what she believed in. As a gifted leader, she brought awareness by being a purposeful voice, which extended to the Black community. And whereas Shirley moved to the city of Palm Coast in 1991 and lived here until her death in 2005. And whereas a trail along Pine Lakes Parkway was dedicated to Shirley's legacy on November 30th, 2022, sponsored by the Democratic Women's Club of Flagler County, which was amazing. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor and the city council of the city of Palm Coast, Florida, that November 2024 officially be designated as Shirley Chisholm Month to remember Shirley and reflect upon all of her accomplishments in life and contributions to our nation, and remember her as a catalyst for change in America. Signed this 12th day of November 2024, City of Palm Coast, Florida, Mayor David Alvin.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you so much. You're right. This has been 3 years of us announcing and having Shirley Chisholm Day. Many of us remember when she lived here and was an integral part of the community. And as citizens and residents of Flagler County and, of course, Palm Coast, we're so happy to have a place where visitors, bikers, and workers can come and experience Shirley Chisholm. What you see before you are several other women who have recorded a statement at the site. So you'll see a trailblazer, a trail marker, and then when you put your phone up and you listen to it, you'll hear one of your neighbors talk about Shirley Chisholm and the great accomplishments that she did. We thank you, and we just want you to remember her last statements, and she made many, but her last statements was, of her legacy, Chisholm said, "I want to be remembered as a woman who dared to be a catalyst of change." Thank you.
So, Nick, if I could just add a comment. I wanted you to be down at the podium this morning, but I need to share with each and every one of you that I became of age, whatever that means, when Shirley first made national news. So I would think that she is as much an inspiration to my interest at whatever level for politics and the catalyst for change. I respect that very, very much. So she's had a personal effect on me through these many years, because I remember it vividly when I was in high school, when she started to become, make that notoriety. So anyway, I wanted to share that with you. Good one. Yeah, me too.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. I got all you. Well done.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Gladys.
She's so sweet.
Okay, our next item, thank you, well done. Our next item on the agenda this morning is a presentation regarding exterior building house colors. So staff, you'll be making a presentation for us, thank you.
Mayor, City Council. While staff is getting ready, just to remind you, you saw this once before. You requested that it go to the BEAC and the Planning Board for recommendations. Staff's going to review those recommendations, and we will take your next direction to bring back an ordinance. This is just a presentation.
So presentation, and you want some kind of specific direction for you as staff to proceed going forward?
Yes, sir.
Understood, thank you. Ladies?
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tracy Doak. I'm the zoning supervisor, and I'm here with Barbara Grossman, Code Enforcement Manager, and we're here to provide you with a follow-up to the presentation for exterior colors from the September 10th workshop. You had asked staff to get feedback from the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board and the Beautification and Environmental Advisory Committee on the aforementioned presentation. The next 2 slides will outline their feedback and recommendations.
Bless you.
After being shown the presentation, which was shown to Council on September 10th, the PLDRB supported staff's recommendation to expand the color palette. They also suggested adding yellow to the list of prohibited colors, revisiting the color code during the Land Development Code rewrite after the comp plan is adopted, and to consider modifications to the LRV range during the rewrite. The BEAC was also shown the same presentation that was shown to City Council, and they had the following recommendations. Proceed with amending the allowable colors as presented by staff, solicit input from citizens in the future to ensure broader public response, and also to review approved colors again when Chapter 13 of the LDC is revised after the comp plan's adoption. So options for consideration: keep the code is, no changes. amend code to allow additional colors as presented, as was recommended by BEAC, amend code to add yellow to prohibited colors, as was recommended by PLDRB, and other options or discussion by council.
Okay, that's the presentation? Okay, and with regard to some of the consequences, scientific consequences, reflectivity and things like that, is that mixed in here, or what you're showing us, it fits within the existing code
No, we've
requirements?
added additional colors, which is what's in your envelopes that we had presented. We had the board,
Okay,
so
but
we've
not-
added colors.
But not changing the reflectivity standards?
Yes, we actually added colors and added the LRV to 65, because currently, any color is allowed if it's over an 80. So we included those 5 colors and lowered the LRV to 65 for those colors.
So it just helps for the public.
Okay.
So the change in the reflectivity is a minor change, or a gradual change? Help me understand, because not everybody gets what that is.
What they did is they changed the LRV to give it,
Sorry.
what they did is they changed the reduction of the LRV to allow additional colors that weren't in there, so you could have a little bit of color in the peach colors and
Lavender, green, blue.
Right. So it's just, we're recommending to take it from an 80 to open it up a little bit more to a 65.
From an 80 to a 65. So can you comment on what does that really mean if you're driving by a house on a street?
It's just giving them additional colors, as we showed you in the hues, that it gives you a little bit of more, because you're almost at a white color at the 80.
Correct.
On all of the colors. So this was to give a little bit more so that they could have the colors that they like. We already were allowing green, but we had like a sage.
So-
Now there's going to be a little bit more.
Certainly doesn't represent a striking change
No.
of any kind.
No, it does not.
Okay, I just want to be
Correct.
sure. Okay, sorry, just wanted to get up to speed on that. City council members, would you like to comment? You have what looks like a whole palette of colors here that I have to admit, I'm not really very good at this. So-
Neither am I.
Okay.
Whatever color she likes.
Thank you for doing this. Thanks for going back to BAC. I think that was a good move. And my only question that I had was, I see that we've added yellow. Was that just a suggestion from the board? Okay. And is that yellow bound to the same LRV, so still at the 65?
The yellows were, right now, they're allowed over an 80. And
Okay.
the reason is because anything under an 80 with the yellow got very loud
Yes.
and bright. So that's why they thought we should even prohibit yellows, except for as a, as a earth tone or a pastel, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's, okay, so it says to amend code to add yellow to prohibited colors as recommended by PLDRB.
Correct, they would still be allowed as a pastel.
I
But
see.
under an 80 would not be, it would become prohibited.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
And I think I feel obligated to ask the question. Changes of this nature, as far as we know, would have no effect on the value of property or the beautification or the look of neighborhoods. I know it's subjective, but your opinion on that is it would or would not represent a financial change?
No, because it's not as that drastic. It's from an 80 to a 65. It's still staying within the pastel colors, but allowing a little bit more of a variety.
Okay.
And when you mentioned the yellow, you don't want the canary yellow.
Yeah.
Then that impacts.
I struggle when colors are described as loud because I can't hear them, so it's a hard one. Anyway.
Nice, nice.
Councilman Clufus.
That joke was palatable. That was very good. My question would be, yellow homes are going to be grandfathered in, so there's, just for clarity, there's no changes that are going to result in someone having to immediately change their home color?
Right, that's the way it is in the code now. So if their house was painted yellow back in the day and they're painting it the same color, they would be able to do it. That's the way the code reads.
Understood. And I think these changes, I think these are very much colors that are within the Palm Coast palette, so I would be in agreement with our BEAC and then also the PLDRB. So thank you very much for all of this.
Councilman Gambaro?
Yeah, so on the yellow colors, thank you for the brief. On the yellow colors, just if you could place those caveats of, just make sure that we're clear that existing homes are grandfathered in and that those over whatever the 80% mark or pastel are included. Because as it reads right now, as it was presented, it just says, hey, we're taking out yellow, and I just want to make sure that we're clear so that everybody has an opportunity to input on it, provide input.
No comment on the green. I saw a lot of that green yesterday.
No.
But thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
All right, so direction. This is a business meeting, so Jason, are you looking for, will a vote suffice?
Let me summarize what I think I heard. You would like to expand the palette as
Yeah.
originally presented, except for the yellow colors, which will remain at an LRV of 80.
Yes, that's, I think, what everyone has said in a variety of different ways.
Okay, we will prepare an ordinance and bring it back for city council.
Very good.
Thank you.
consideration.
Ladies, thank you for your efforts on this. Any final comments regarding this? Very good, thank you all.
Barbara, thank you for everything always. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll move forward with a presentation regarding the Hurricane Milton preparation and response. Chief, is that you? Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kyle Berryhill, Fire Chief.
Morning. Oh, we didn't change that clock back there.
I know, I saw it.
Excellent. And I'm tag teaming today with Chief of Staff DiLorenzo. And we're going to talk just for a second about some of the things that we did in preparation and how our city responds to not just hurricanes, but all manner of large area disasters. I've seen you on the ground in a tornado response not that long ago. But what occurs in the city every day is when there's an incident, the City of Palm Coast Fire Department provides some management strategy that's called the Incident Command System. And the Incident Command System is a collapsible and expandable system of how you can manage emergency incidents so that you can keep every resource aligned to the priorities. And the incident priorities don't change. We use them all the time in the fire department. Our number one priority is always life safety. So we're able to take all of the resources of the city, and sometimes the priority in the Parks Department may not be a life safety priority. So Director Hurst is prepared and the park staff are prepared to be reassigned to something that meets that life safety priority. So our incident priorities are always life safety, property conservation, and then incident stabilization. The sooner we can get back to the normal life that we have, the better. So first I'll talk a little bit about maybe.
Kyle, I have the clicker as well.
Oh, Jason has the clicker. See, I didn't know that.
There you go. Audible.
We're obviously just a hair out of our normal stuff today. So the storm stats, the city took rainfall from October 5th to 11th in between 12 and a half and 16 inches in different parts of the city. We recorded a maximum wind speed of 58 miles per hour. It's the highest maximum wind speed that I believe has been recorded in my career since 2005. And over 50,000 people lost power countywide. So we know that has a tremendous impact in both our folks staying safe. There are people who need their power. That's why there was people in some of our shelters. And we know that that also creates a tremendous change to our daily way of life. And it creates some hazards that we have to be prepared for, and we have to change how we operate for a little bit in order to get back to what's normal for us here in Palm Coast. This is our command structure. So myself and Chief Clark acted as the incident commander with Ms. Johnston, working together with other city and county administrators and city managers on policy issues, and also keeping you informed as to what our city was doing. And then we broke down into, so there's a few things that the incident command structure says, and we're going to talk a little bit, but Jason and Lynn Stevens took roles as our operations section chief. So basically, anyone who might sweat while they're working was a part of this operations section. And I'm incredibly proud of the way that all of the team diverted to do things that were in line with the incident priorities. We prepare all the time for stuff like this. Each department has a list of things they do. Beginning at the beginning of the year, we budget in their budget process. Are we making sure that we have sandbags ordered in January? So that way, as we get close to hurricane season, we're ready. And not just for these kind of things, but also we have intense wildfire situations, we have tornadoes, and any kind of natural or man-made disaster. So I'm going to first tell a little bit of the story of what the fire department did. We were under the operations section chief in there, and we had Chief Holmes and Chief Potter who stepped up for us, and Chief Fivash to run our operations in the fire department. So during that time, the fire department responded to over 506 calls over the week of Hurricane Milton. We usually respond to a little over 300 in a week. They provided real-time updates on the conditions in the community as residents dealt with the storm. One of the things you'll see throughout the presentation is our GIS team has developed a tool so that we're able to mark things that are hazardous. So that way anyone who's responding is able to see what's going on, and we can see in the EOC, which is actually in this room, if we need to alter or we need to throw some resources at a certain situation. But the Palm Coast Fire Department was able to run continuous operations throughout the storm. Many, many times in a storm like this, the winds will reach a place where we have to discontinue fire operations. And we definitely discontinued other operations in the city as a result of the storm. Sustained winds of more than a certain threshold, we will shut down fire operations until we get past that threshold. We have a couple of places in the city that we're checking where that is, because the beach, Flagler Beach, did shut down. The city of Orlando shut down all police and fire operations. So there's a point where it's not safe for the responders to respond, and we tell our residents to be prepared for a time where that can't happen. But that did not happen during the storm. Palm Coast Fire Department continued to respond continuously. We supported partner agencies. Some things that we do is we let the beach park some things that they don't want to get saltwater on at Station 25. We have Flagler County Fire Rescue always operates out of 5 of the 6 stations we respond from. They had an increased presence. We support that. We also have support our internal partners who prepare to go out with us. If a tree falls down and we can't get to a 911 call, Public Works or stormwater staff are prepared to use heavy equipment to help us get to the incident that's in need. And finally, we're a place of shelter for deputies in case they get to a place where they cannot go operate. During this storm, something unique that happened was the Flagler County Emergency Operations Center lost power. That's also where the 911 system is housed. When that system lost power, something that we consistently do in these is stand up a Palm Coast dispatch system. Because we're so overrun with calls, we're able to triage them a little bit better. You can see a slide of that was in the training room of Station 25 where they were operating. During the storm, because we had that operating, we became the dispatch center for a large part of the county, and some of the county dispatchers came over along with a deputy or a battalion chief in the Flagler County Fire Rescue to help. So our having that capacity really was a huge thing in this storm. It provided great support to our partners, and the folks that are working in that room do a tremendous job. And then we acted as the incident commander and emergency management support to the city EOC, which is a consistent part of the function of the fire department that we do. We're in the incident command structure constantly, and we also deploy in other places, disasters, we're a deployable resource. And so we're a little more in tune with managing the priorities in this way. We're not as good at putting on, a great parks event or doing some of the things that Public Works does, but we do work together in this situation. So now I'm going to go ahead and throw it to our operations section chief, Jason DiLorenzo, and I just have to say it was a huge add to the capacity of our team this year, for Jason and Lynn to take that role and to do it really well. The last storm we had, Jason and Brad mirrored this. Brad has, you guys know Chief Clark, but he's celebrated his 40th year in the fire service a couple of weeks ago. So we did a mirror, and then we had a very successful event. So we're really proud of the work that Jason and the team did, and he's going to tell you a little bit about that.
Just stay there one second. Let me make sure this works. Okay. Thanks, Kyle. Mayor, City Council, Kyle and Brad and their leadership has been tremendous in moving the city forward in event-based emergency management. It's been incredible how they've been able to help us grow as an organization. As Kyle mentioned, a lot of focus on deepening the bench, giving people different roles so they understand it in the incident command system. And I think we're getting better and better at this, so it's really good. So we're going to start with, Public Works this morning. This is a long presentation. I'm going to try to run through it as fast as possible. Each department does pre-storm preparation and then has recovery efforts. And pre-storm preparation is essential to minimize the risks to life and property by proactively addressing potential hazards and reinforcing vulnerable areas. It ensures operational continuity by maintaining critical services and resources during disruptions. A well-organized plan helps teams prepare for effective response and recovery, reducing downtime and streamlining post-storm efforts. Additionally, it fosters collaboration among teams and departments, ensuring seamless communications, coordination, and efficient use of resources to protect the community and restore normalcy. Starting with ride-out teams. Ride-out teams ensure the safety and functionality of essential operations during the hurricane or other severe weather events. This specialized group of employees remains on-site before, during, and immediately after the storm to manage critical infrastructure, respond to emergencies, and assess initial damage. This team serves as the frontline responders before, during, and immediately after the storm, laying the groundwork for recovery efforts. Pre-storm tasks include participating in briefings to align the responsibilities and communication protocols, verify that all necessary equipment, tools, and vehicles are inspected, fueled, and operational, ensure all team members are informed about their roles and equipped with essential safety gear, establish designated rest areas and supplies, and establish staging sites for equipment throughout the city. I should mention that we had no injuries to city staff during this event, which is incredible and really testament to our safety program. Post-storm tasks for the ride-out team include conducting immediate safety checks of critical areas, identify and report hazards such as downed power lines, blocked roads, and flooding, communicate with leadership to provide real-time status updates for effective planning, clear debris from roadways and entry points to restore emergency access, and ensure all teams transition smoothly into post-storm recovery shifts and receive needed breaks. For damage assessment prioritization, after severe storms, recovery efforts focus on restoring safety, accessibility, and cleanliness in the affected areas. These efforts often involve collaboration between public works, parks, utility, and stormwater departments. Public communication plays a crucial role in keeping residents informed about cleanup schedules, blocked areas, safety guidelines, and closed roads. Some key components of these operations include, getting our signs and signals back up, so assessing and repairing damaged traffic signals, stop signs, street signage to ensure safe vehicle and pedestrian flow, street sweeping and cleanup. Once the big debris is removed, then the street sweeper is dispatched to clean streets and remove smaller debris, mud, and storm runoff. Sidewalks and public spaces are cleared and removed of dirt and debris, and the facilities are also cleaned and prepared to reopen for the public as soon as possible. Tree and vegetation management is a big concern too. Fallen trees and hanging branches are removed to clear roads, sidewalks, and public spaces. Urban Forestry and the Code Division assesses compromised trees for safety and begins to process work orders for public works. And specialized equipment such as chainsaws, boom lifts, and loaders are deployed for large-scale tree removal.
Hey, Jason, can I jump in here real quick since we covered the topics? Can you go back a couple slides?
Sure. Maybe. Actually, Kyle, I'm having
Can
trouble.
help you? Where are you trying to go, Councilman
To
Gambaro?
where you made mention of the go, no-go list.
Yes, sir?
Okay, so just for everybody's awareness, I asked a lot of questions as the new guy as we were going into this hurricane. And, much of my time in the military has been going through pre-execution checklists to make sure everything is set before we go out and conduct a mission. Recovery, the mission of recovery for our city is a major task, and I was extremely impressed with the level of detail by day leading up to the storm as how you guys prepared. And that helped answer a lot of my questions as to, hey, folks, how are we going to do this? And so I thought that was really good. On the response the day after, appreciate the staff allowing some of us to do the drive-by, the survey, the day right after the hurricane, but also on Friday, the quickness in response to which the DPW department and teaming up with Florida Power was just exceptional. We had folks that were blocked into cul-de-sacs and things of that nature that they put up. I also want to say thank you for putting up with me, because I started getting a lot of constituent calls. I'm like, hey, I'm standing here, power lines down over folks, people's cars. They're blocked into their homes. I appreciate your patience in putting up with me and getting folks out to the different areas. And I think that helped bring together the FPL crews and the DPW crews. And from there on, it continued to work extremely well. So I say all that to say I'm very impressed with the way you responded, and more importantly, the way that you continue to communicate with those of us on the mayor and those of us on the council to keep us informed as to what was going on so that we could communicate moving forward. But these pictures, I think some of them I took, they're real time, and it was amazing how fast both DPW, the fire department, everybody responded to help our citizens. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Good, Cal. Fleet and Facilities has several pre-storm activities, including confirming essential vehicles and equipment are fueled, serviced, and operational, that fuel reserves and tanks are topped off, inspect and fully stock service trucks with critical parts, tools, and supplies for on-call activities, include emergency kits with PPE, lights, rain gear, and first aid supplies for the mechanics. And during the event, that became a need because a pump failed on a vac truck, and mechanics were able to assess, dismantle, and repair the pump within 3 hours, enabling the truck to return to service promptly. Also, a hydraulic line on an excavator was damaged when it got stuck in a tree, and the mechanics successfully capped the broken lines, allowing the machine to continue operations. Post-storm fleet inspections. Post-storm, fleet inspected all vehicles and equipment and to assess for any damage and schedule repairs. They also topped off tanks immediately and confirmed fuel orders were en route. And facilities also performed inspections and damage assessment for all facilities for water intrusion, roof damage, power issues, or fallen debris. Kyle, I don't know. I think I'm having battery issues. Will you move on to stormwater, please?
I'm trying, but I might need Doug's help. I can break the computer, Jason, but I'm not sure if I can make it work today.
So maybe it's not the clicker.
Sorry, Doug. You're good. It's right there. We're there, Jason.
Okay, I got it back, okay. For the Stormwater Division, they have a plan for how they lower the canals. On September the 24th, they lowered the weir gate 6 inch below the cap in preparation of the rainfall. On October the 7th, they lowered the weir gates as per their SEMP plan and October the 8th, they lowered the gates to the lowest position. So lowering the canal allows us to control more of the flow, but we have to do it on a schedule, otherwise we can flood downstream. They also cleared catch basins and culverts throughout the city. We had several washouts and pipes collapsed that needed to be repaired, including the one that caused Old Kings Road to be closed for 4 days. Here's some other photos of some of the pipe failures, this one on Caras Trail. We also had pipe failures on Clementon and Ferndale. Debris had to be removed from ditches and canals, some of it really large debris. And we had to clean out catch basins as well post-storm. So a lot of work for stormwater to clean up. As the water starts flowing through the city, it catches a lot of that debris that's fallen, and then we have to go collect it back out, up out of the catch basins, ditches, and canals. For utility, the utility department preparation for Hurricane Milton included multi-department generator training for emergency PEP tank operations. So, Mayor, City Council, as you know, we have a large number of PEP tanks in the city, and when they lose power, that then the resident loses the ability to flush their toilet, once that tank gets full. So it's very important that we have a plan to pump down those tanks. And this year we did that in two ways. One, we used tank trucking to pump down the tanks, but also we have prepared a multi-department deployable group that goes out with truck-mounted generators and hooks up to the box and pumps down tanks. Now, we didn't have to deploy that team, but we were ready. They had trained and they were fully operational, ready to go. If we would have had to call them into service, then we would have. And we appreciate the leadership of utility to make that team operational. For water collection, response included deploying tank trucks at pump stations to maintain water levels and system functionality. We pumped down PEP tanks to prevent the overflows and ensure system capacity, installed generators to provide power to keep pump stations ensuring continuous operation, and prioritized quick restoration of services to minimize disruptions and enhance customer service. Wastewater pumping response included the use of a fleet contractor and city-owned tank trucks to maintain wastewater movement, continuously optimize pumping operations at lift and pump stations to enhance system performance under storm conditions, monitored and managed a wide range of alarms through the wastewater collection system to ensure prompt response, and strategically diverted wastewater flows to minimize the risk of sanitary sewer overflows. In utility, in wastewater treatment, they prepared by draining the reclaim tanks and setting up a rented generator at Plant 1. High flows at the plant were managed using previously learned lessons about the hydraulic profile of the plant during heavy flows, where they pumped extra water from the tanks that were subject to overflow into tanks that were less likely to overflow. The plant operators also had to repair a failed electrical and communications connections throughout the plant. This graph shows our inflow at wastewater treatment plant 1. As you know, it has a permitted capacity of 6.83 million gallons, and for several days, the operators managed flows at more than twice that, nearly 3 times. This is the flows at wastewater treatment plant 2, which has a 2 million gallon capacity and has an average inflow of 1.4 million gallons. On October 9th, the operators managed flows nearly 3 times the average. These photos show some of the concerns and damage, including transfer pump 3, master pump 4 cable, roofs of buildings in building 2, 3, 9, 10, and 11 had some minor damage, and some fencing around the perimeter of the plant. For water distribution, pre-storm water distribution staff prepared by staging equipment, securing the yard inventory, installing shutters, and fueling up of small equipment. Water distribution staff assisted with tank trucking and PEP calls, helped customers with residential shutoffs due to damaged home water lines. So when you have trees falling, those roots will often rip up the water line, so we have to go out and shut off the water so they can, the homeowner can repair those post-meter pipes. They cleared down trees, and they assisted Parks and Rec with sandbag operations in the woodlands. And you're going to hear that one consistent throughout this presentation. We put a lot of staff into sandbagging operations over multiple departments. For water operations, staff followed their pre-storm plan by topping off fuel and chemical tanks, filled and isolated the elevated tanks, set staffing levels, and prepared the well field generators. During the storm, water pressure was reduced to 50 psi to reduce water use. Additionally, one of the well fields lost power, which reduced water supply by 950 gallons per minute. This very busy slide describes some of the water use concerns that we had during the storm. You'll remember a decision was made to ask residents to reduce water usage. An evaluation of these concerns led to that request. We had 2 treatment plants and 1 well field that were running on generator power, so they weren't on FPL. Water treatment plant 3 well field electrical infrastructure was damaged, and it was inaccessible due to high water for several days. And 4 days after the storm, we still had 17 well sites without permanent power. 9 of them were running on generators, and the remainder weren't running at all at that point. So that led to our water use concerns and the decision to, to ask residents to conserve water at the time. So a coordinated effort with the fire department, Flagler County Road and Bridge, city GIS staff flew drones, and Flagler County drones helped us as well to evaluate the system and return it to full operation. Here's some of the images of that. That center one is infrared from the county drone. The facilities experienced minor damage from down trees and high water. Moving on to Parks and Rec. Per the department's SEMP, pre-storm, all recreation facilities, parks, trails, and sports fields were secured and locked down. Residents were notified of program and activity closures, and parks maintenance staff assisted with sandbagging. After the storm, parks continued to assist with sandbag delivery directly to Woodland homeowners and inspected all parks, trails, and facilities for damage. By Saturday the 12th, all facilities were at normal operation except for the golf course, which was open for limited play on Monday and full operations on Tuesday. They had quite a bit of tree cleanup. In the building division, Building and Code Division performed citywide residential damage assessment as required by FEMA. We use an app to GPS the location of damaged homes and tag the addresses with photos. The 2 homes with the FEMA category of major damage both had at least 40% roof damage from fallen trees. Some of the images. 9 two-person teams of building and code staff spent 540 hours on damage assessment. They documented 106 affected properties, with 20 having minor damage and 2 having major damage. 6 homes reported to have water in the living area of the home, and follow-up inspections were completed and fees were waived for damage-related permits. In the Code Division, the urban foresters from Code Division processed 579 action orders for concerned trees, and 228 notices were issued. A city contractor removed 116 trees, and another 80 were referred to Public Works or FPL. IT played a pivotal role. As you know, built into the city's website is the ability to switch the site into emergency mode. In this mode, important information is prominently displayed, such as sandbag locations, shelter information, and utility or trash pickup changes. Residents also have quicker access to create a case and submit it into our case management system. Changes were also made to the call center to allow residents to receive text messages about common topics such as sandbags and yard debris, instead of waiting on hold for a customer service representative. The call menu was updated as the storm changed to give residents quick access to the options and information that was relevant at that time. We also integrate with the county's web EOC platform. With this integration, any issues that come into the county's call center that are for the city of Palm Coast get automatically routed into our case management platform. There were 70 cases submitted through this integration. In 2022, the GIS division began the development of our emergency hub, which provides quick access to applications, websites, dashboards used throughout the emergency. Several of these are in-house developed applications that aid in emergency management. They include applications and dashboards for fire department field reports, city facilities, debris, road status, hurricane signs, damage assessment, and emergency case management. During the summer months, GIS provided training on the portal and application to relevant staff to ensure they had access to what they needed and were reminded how to use the application in advance of the storm. From our perspective and feedback we received, the ability of staff to use and understand these tools reached peak during the storm. These emergency dashboards are really useful to incident command management as we try to determine, what our next steps are and how we need to proceed with emergency care. Palm Coast GIS personnel collaborated with the Flagler County UAS team to inspect well field power and elevated tanks with drone technology. Within only a couple of hours of the request, Flagler County's unmanned aircraft system team was available and on site to assist. We're grateful to Flagler County for their collaboration on this, and expertise they demonstrated was instrumental in helping us quickly assess our infrastructure through surveillance. Communications, customer service, and finance. The city communication team was busy keeping our residents informed. They released 220 social media posts with a total reach of nearly 800,000. They issued 20 news releases and had direct communication from over 2,100 residents. While in emergency mode, the city's website was accessed over 250,000 times. Strong customer service is vital during an emergency. This team starts early fielding calls about sandbags, locations, and other emergency concerns. They operate 24 hours a day during the storm to assist residents. For this event, they handled over 4,600 calls and dispatched 3,336 cases. All storms are expensive, and Milton was no different. The current estimate is over $1.6 million and will likely exceed $2 million, placing it the third most expensive storm in the last 8 years. We're waiting for a FEMA representative to be assigned, but as you can see from the chart, it will likely take several years for complete reimbursement.
Heavy foreshadow.
Par for the course? Yeah. Finally, Mayor, City Council, Ms. Johnson and I need to thank the dedicated COPC staff. They live our mission of making citizens our priority every day. And municipal workers are expected to leave their families to help our residents, and they do that. And this hard-working team has proven time and time again that they are the best in the business. So thank you. That concludes this presentation.
Thank you. That concludes the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Let me just say, my comments will be brief, but in no way do they suggest anything but an incredibly strong and professional effort by every member of the team, which runs the gamut of pretty much every department within the city. The question I have, and I would ask City Council either now or in the future to consider it, is, so what is it that we learned from this storm and the prior storms that now we can improve on specifically? And I do find a gap between what you just shared with us, especially in the last couple of slides, and what the public takeaway was. In other words, if I look out throughout the region, and I understand that there are many people that are suffering terribly, and we did have folks here locally that also suffered, but as a community, a utility function that was resilient enough to handle 3 times its qualified capacity obviously suggests need for investment and improvement. But what I'm not hearing is that the city of Palm Coast kind of shown through a tragedy because of the preparation and the execution of a plan that has taken years to put in place. And I'm not sure that we've shared that sufficiently with the community, so I would hope there would be a continuing effort to help folks understand that we have the people here that keep people safe. So that's just a comment for City Council members to bite on or not, so please if anybody wants to weigh in on the presentation.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Jason, for the information, the presentation. I want to give an incredible kudos to fire department, to staff, public works, everybody, communications. I mean, there's just so many people who contributed to the success, I think, overall. And congratulations to Chief Clark for 40 years. I didn't know that. It's pretty incredible. I am incredibly impressed by the, I think, really hands-on assessment that we did personally for so many of our residents. I know a lot of residents reached out to me regarding sandbags, flooding, down lines, things blocking roads, and I reached out to staff, particularly Matt Mansell in the back there, and his crew was on it yesterday. So I really appreciate that. I think that's the dedication to our residents that they quite candidly have come to expect. I think that we learned, Mayor, to your point, that we do have some trouble spots, specifically in the Woodlands. I think we all know that, and we are currently working on some projects to help in that regard. So I think as we continue to triage those issues, we have to appreciate all of this high-level work that went into, I think, an overall successful response and preparation, but also keep in mind that we're not perfect and that we can always improve. The one thing that I will ask of staff as far as an improvement, I think that one of the things that I know my residents have been very frustrated with is the debris pickup. And that is not really something that the city of Palm Coast is, I shouldn't say responsible for, because we are, but we have contractors that we've hired to come in and engage in this type of work. And I think the problem is our contracts with those third-party contractors don't have teeth. So in other words, we don't have the ability to force them to come into our community in a timely manner and pick up a lot of the debris that our residents have had on their curbs for the last several weeks waiting to be picked up. So what I would ask Jason is that procurement look at all of our contracts, specifically when we need to call in contractors for emergencies, and look at two things. One, are we competitive as far as what we're paying these folks to come in and do these services? Because it's my understanding that we may not be as competitive as surrounding municipalities and counties, and so they just said, no, we're going to go to other places first. And I think the last thing that we need to be worrying about in an emergency situation is what our contracts look like. And number two, what repercussions can we impose on these contractors for not coming to our community in a timely manner? Do our contracts say that within a certain amount of time they have to respond? I don't know the answers to those questions, and so those are the things that I would like procurement and staff to look at, so that next time a storm comes, we actually have some teeth, we have some strong contracts that we can enforce against these contractors and get them in our communities quicker. So thank you for the presentation, and thank you once again to all of our staff.
Great job. And over the past 8 years, I've seen incredible growth throughout the entire city, synergistically working between interdepartmental management and also staff, and then the boots on the ground, employing technology across all of the different areas for us to coordinate. I think the long-term problem is going to keep happening with the haulers. It's an interesting situation because they go where the money goes, and when there's disaster across the state in a more severe manner than us, that's where they end up going. I wish the future councils luck in trying to solve that problem, but we saw it with Matthew, Irma, all the storms over the last 8 years. They go where the disasters are, and thankfully, knock on wood, we haven't had an impact such as that. I would say to the staff, keep going. You guys are doing amazing. The formalization of your processes has been incredibly impressive. Thank you to management for stepping up and being leaders, our council for being hands-on, boots on the ground. Thank you guys for everything that you're doing for the community members on the ground, and it's been a privilege and a pleasure to work with all the staff for all of these emergencies, which always seem to bring everyone on our team together. It's been great, and to see that type of growth amongst the team is really something special, so great job.
Councilman Gambaro, any additional comments?
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing further to add. I echo everybody's thoughts and comments here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I neglected to open up the prior presentation to public comment. So I'm going to go ahead and open the two issues up, and then we'll have general public comment following this. And specifically, I would ask, I don't know if you agree, but I know that we've used the Grand Haven community in the past as kind of a test for how well our emergency response is. They've been vocal, and they're the largest community of its type in the area. And there's a resident here from Grand Haven. Would you be willing to comment on the results of the storm and how well it was taken care of, Mr. Howden? I put you on the spot, I know that. I figure while we have you here, we'll get some mileage out of you.
I didn't come prepared.
No, I know you didn't, so I'm not looking for anything, but just generally speaking, you have your ear to the ground in that particular community. How do we do?
I wasn't totally involved as I used to be.
Right.
But just from a resident's perspective, I think things seem to go well. I know we have an agreement with the city for access because of FEMA regulations. I know that we have a piggyback agreement on some of the trash hauling. We went ahead of some of the, I think, city crews and doing some things in our neighborhood, which, you know, we maintain the streets, so we're responsible for doing some things that maybe some other residents aren't. But we went ahead and did those. I don't know of any real glitches with city services. Some people may want their trash picked up a little quicker than others, but you know, you can't always be first and you can't always be there. So no major issues that I know of. From a personal standpoint, I would just remind everybody that we didn't lose, some of us lost electricity, some of us didn't. But because the TV channel, particularly Bright House, did not have power, we were without announcements from the city on TV for probably 2.5 days. I think that caused a little concern about the trash pickup schedule.
Okay.
Because we just didn't know, and it wasn't a city problem, it was a TV problem.
And in full transparency, the other thing I really wanted to bring you up for is historically, Grand Haven has had one of the more active and robust CERT team organizations in the county. So I wanted to give you a chance to just speak to that. I mean, that's a really important citizen participation activity that could be used throughout the entire community, certainly not confined to Grand Haven, but everywhere in Flagler County.
Yeah, we have had for, I don't know how many years, over 10, a very active community emergency response team. We developed a community emergency response plan, which was cleared through city and the county. We have an incident command structure. We have, all of these are volunteer people in Grand Haven, but we have responded. We didn't really have much to do in this storm. Things were taken care of pretty quickly and the damage wasn't that big, but we've got quite a few active people on that CERT team and have responded many other storms. And we've done planning ahead as the city and the county have done and developed programs and have documentation to prepare for what we need to do to be the first boots on the ground when maybe the city or the county can't get there.
So please thank them for their efforts in helping to secure your community in advance. So sorry to bring you up there without preparation, but I appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Mayor.
Are there any, yes, ma'am.
Celia Puglisi, since 91 in Palm Coast. Okay, I have first of all to appreciate all the good things that were done after the hurricane. Some things were not done right, and Councilwoman Pontieri just brought it up. I am the president of my homeowners association, and we watch for our members as well. And the first ever debris late 3 weeks almost for pick up the yard debris that ruined the sod of those properties, which are mainly owned by a lot of elderly people, widow ladies, that is one person in the house. One of them got hurt trying to pile up higher so her son would not die, got hurt on her hand, and she had to go to the emergency for that. So that cost her a lot. Why? If in the past, with other administrations, they were paid, waste management was paid the FEMA funds to collect the debris, and immediately, within 3 days, everything was collected. When we had, that was not waste management, excuse me, Waste Pro, the one after waste management. Within the weekend was collected. Waste Pro workers were working Saturday and Sunday collecting the debris under the rain because the hurricane latest effect were rain, and it was very bad hurricane. Why didn't they pay FCC, which is our regular collection that comes every day, and give them the FEMA funds other than going for one of those more city contracts that we have many that have failed us, right, including in Holland Park? Why didn't they use our regular collector that come here every day? You see, this is why some people in this administration decided to use outside contractors. The contractor that came and picked up my debris after so many weeks, you know what? It was a contractor that is not from this area. Was called TIOS. TIOS meaning Spanish uncles. TIOS debris removal, okay? I mean, I looked them up on the internet, they were nowhere to be found. Why the city goes to these contractors that did not comply, didn't show up on the 16th, did not comply on the 16th, and showed up in, I don't know, a week and a half, 2 weeks later? This is not good for us. So not everything is flowers. And I want to bring one other issue. Given our power loss, we lost a citizen here in Palm Coast. Is one of the victims of the hurricane. And this was a friend of ours since the year 70s in New Jersey. And this is why we ended up in Palm Coast. And this gentleman, Mr. Nick Telady, he is the father of a former sheriff deputy here in Flagler County. So we had one victim that it was very dear to us because we lost the power, and he had a must have fallen inside his house. I don't ask for details, and he ended up in the hospital and must have a very bad fall, and he was there fighting for his life 5 days. So not everything is roses, and I understand we first have to highlight roses, but when there are errors made by the administrators, just let's be realistic about that, okay? It's not all roses.
Thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public want to respond to the two presentations? Yes, sir.
Ed Fuller, Palm Coast, Honorable Mayor, Honorable City Councilmen and women. First of all, I want to thank the citizens of Palm Coast. The communication came out from Palm Coast to lower your water usage. You did. You did. You complied. That's pretty doggone good. There was a reason for it. It was a 1,000-year storm we had event. You can't plan for that. You cannot plan for that. Maybe that wasn't communicated, but I don't know how you communicate that you had a 1,000-year storm rainfall. That's impossible. 50% of the residents were without power. That means probably 1 out of 2 of every city employees were without power, as well as the citizens. I find it amazing no one was injured or killed. That is an incredible record. I also find it amazing that no city employee was injured during that storm or after. That is amazing. With all these power lines, 50% of the power off, there's got to be an immense amount of power usage or lines down and hazardous conditions. And the other thing is, and I don't know if you can do this, but there were some gas stations that were down. They didn't have power. Do we require gas stations to have an emergency generator to keep those pumps going? I don't know if you can, but I think, fuel is very important during these situations. That might be something to look at. The communications I thought were great, and I really want to thank all the citizens of Palm Coast. You mostly lose people after a storm because everybody wants to go out and look around and take an assessment of your property and your neighbor's property. That didn't happen here. The curfew worked. That was amazing. Everyone complied. And maybe it was an inconvenience, but you did get water. The stores did a great job of staying open on a limited basis. But I have to commend all the employees here, because I know they went out and work, and I don't know what they did for food, but they lost power, they came home, and maybe they didn't get any meals. I don't know. But I know that they went out there and did a great job. So those are some of the suggestions I would make about the power and the service stations, because that's an integral part of keeping people moving. And I want to thank all of the employees, all the citizens for your cooperation. It takes unanimity to keep a situation like this under control and come out on the other end. Thank you, and God bless all your employees and all our citizens. We have a great country. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
I'm going back to the last presentation. Is that okay?
Either one of those two presentations, yes. And then we'll have general public comment following this.
Okay. My name is Mindy Melendez. I'm the reason the color. And on June 19th, the council asked the staff to go back and look at the color palette. They brought it to the board on September 10th, but they added the other colors, not the colors according to my house. So they went one way, but not the other. Don't know why, nobody asked. So they went from 80 to 65, but they did not bring it down from 25 to 10. Totally different. I was unaware of the planning board meeting, but I did go to the beautification meeting on September 25th, and they did say they wanted to allow all colors. They even talked about doing away with it. They wanted to go back to the community. I did go out and get a petition. I have 2 different petitions, one online and one paper, and there's over 200 people that think that we should relook at all the colors. I found in the last 2 weeks, 2 brand new bills that were approved, dark colors. Brand new builds with the approvals. Selective enforcement is illegal in the state of Florida, according to Florida State Statute 720. That is to be recorded. None of our ordinance are recorded. I could not find them. I looked them up. So HOAs around, like we have all seen in presentations, they allow the darker colors of the houses. And the HOAs are in ordinance of Palm Coast. So how can an HOA allow a darker color, but yet Palm Coast cannot? The city does go out and sign off multiple times on these new builds. And I get that it may not be their job, so then why don't you put somebody in place that says, okay, in order to get the CO, the color has to coordinate to what is being on there. The Florida Statute 166.0483 stated that permits are not required anymore for house colors. So if they're not required for house colors, but they're required for new builds for house colors, what's the difference here? So if they're required, then somebody needs to be following up on those. And if it's an ordinance for one, it's an ordinance for all. Selective enforcement is illegal, and these are all darker color homes, but my home is the only one of the darker color because somebody complained, somebody didn't like it. My neighbor said that he was just asking about my house color. He wasn't complaining about my house color. So that's just where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to leave that information with the clerk so that we have it? No.
I am not doing the city's job because if
Okay.
Thank
Very
you.
good, very good. Any other comments? Hold on, I've got somebody here.
Good morning, Jeremy Davis, P section. Thank you, Fire Department, for y'all's response. However, I'm one of the homes that had water intrusion due to mismanagement of the city. I find it I'm still waiting for a response. I emailed y'all yesterday, still waiting on the update from the meeting we had, the private meeting we had, which is another thing. That lady just brought up code enforcement. Zero accountability in this city, zero. No one has been held accountable for what has happened to me. Not one person. I know everyone who has signed off on that property. Somebody needs to be held accountable. The lack of the accountability in this city has gone on for far too long. This gentleman thanked y'all for doing a great job, saying the city's doing a wonderful job. Unfortunately, his house didn't get water intrusion. Unfortunately, he hasn't been fighting the city for over a year and a half because y'all allowed an infill lot to be 4 foot higher than me. None of y'all have had that affected to you because you don't care. That if you cared, you would have been affected by it, but it doesn't affect you. You live in Grand Haven, that's why you smile at me as I talk. It is ridiculous how you sit up there and look at the residents in here. Y'all work for us. We pay the taxes here. Y'all have really forgotten that you're public servants and think you can just do whatever the hell you damn please. Lady shouldn't have to come up here and beg because her house looks great. Nothing wrong with her house. But y'all are making that a big deal. But yet, we sign off on properties that are way more higher. I was just at a house the other day, and the guy was so worried about the new house next to him. And then I showed him my house, and he was like, holy shit, I'm glad I'm not you. Now, that's funny. I deal with that every day. None of you. Maybe you, because I email you quite often. But this is ridiculous. I still should not have to sit here and beg. I shouldn't even have to sue the city because I would end up suing myself. That is stupid. I shouldn't sue any of these taxpayers because y'all made simple mistakes. I guess I could go civilly and go that route, but then I would have to waste more of y'all's time, just like y'all are wasting mine. It's ridiculous what y'all have done, and I'm tired of it. Somebody needs to be held accountable, and I'm ready to start seeing that happen. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You only allow me to speak 3 minutes in one of the 2 items. I have to say something about the first.
There were 2 different items. Come on, Celia, come on.
First of all, I want to say that our code enforcement department have been always, that I've seen them since '91, very fair in general in the city, and they do a great job. The colors that, though I was not here, that they were proposed, they are all within the acceptable range of colors in general on the city, which most people agree of. We had a neighbor in a few years ago in our HOA that he painted his house in that type of light blue color. And he had to go and change the color. He was 2/3 into painting and he had to change his color. So there should not be exclusive or whatever different enforcements. And I agree with the chief of code enforcement. One other thing that I have to say is please don't blame code enforcement for flooded homes not inspected. Because it's not the work of code enforcement. I believe that it's the work of another city department, which is building inspections and no code enforcement. I don't believe code enforcement it is to enforce the problems of flooded yards or flooded houses. That is the building department. And this is what I defend our code enforcement, because it's an excellent department that is fair to all of us and is what keeps our city beautiful. And it's one of those departments we need to defend. And definitely the council needs to do something for our flooded residents, because we had ordinance number 24156 D that stated very clearly that when in the survey, the city manager or the signee has to inspect that the grading of the lot is not going to affect a neighbor. So that, I believe, was not done. And this is what the city needs to resolve, because to me, that issue is the responsibility of the builder of that higher lot. and not the responsibility of the affected resident, not the responsibility of taxpayers paying for that, but it's the responsibility of the city that should have enforced 124-156D, ordinance of the City of Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public like to comment on the two presentations given so far? All right, with that, let me come back to the dais. Staff, did you want to make any comment?
Mayor, City Council, if you'd like an update on debris, I have that.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So this is as of last night. We've collected 15,197 cubic yards of vegetative debris. That was 854 loads of debris. This week, we're working in the W, R, and P sections, and there's one street in the B section to finish up as well. And Public Works forecasts that they'll finish the first pass by this weekend. And then Public Works staff and code staff have been noting construction debris areas that, where some construction debris needs to be picked up, and that'll be picked starting next week. There'll be another sweep of that stuff.
Okay. And I would just ask at some future date, if you have an opportunity to give a brief but correct informational discussion on what FEMA dollars are used, how they're used, and the timeline versus what our contractual obligation with our regular solid waste hauler is, so there's no confusion between the two. The concept gets batted around quite a bit, so if you could perhaps clarify that in a future presentation, I think the public would like to know that.
Yes, thank you for that, sir. You're right. It's a federal program, so it's heavily regulated. There's a lot of rules to follow, and
Sure.
We follow all those rules to ensure that we get the maximum amount recovered.
Additional comments from City Council? Yes.
I was just going to also comment about the street pickup debris in our previous storms. I just didn't want the picture to be mispainted that our previous storms, Irma and Matthew, I mean, how long did that debris take? I mean, it was weeks, right? I mean, it could have even been potentially longer than that. So historically, this has been an issue with most major hurricanes that move across the state of Florida, is that unfortunately somebody else gets really trampled, and then everybody goes to flee to, farm there because it's better pastures. But the city of Palm Coast historically has had the same issue that was presented today, where it's hard to get haulers, but during Matthew and Irma, we were waiting weeks, upwards of a month, to have storm debris removed. So I just wanted that for future council to know what the past really entailed there. Then also, are HOAs allowed to have a superset of the color rules?
Well, I think maybe HOA was used in the general term, but some development orders allow other architectural guidelines, right? So that may be a little bit of a confusion there with the term HOA.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilman?
Jason, and I think Councilwoman Pontieri kind of alluded to this, and, some of the legal teeth that we may need to look at going forward. But for the public, can you please tell us the why there was the delay? Explain to everybody who's listening why the stuff is still sitting on the streets.
Yes, sir. Well, we have a contract with an outside provider to do a debris pickup, right? So they come in and they do an evaluation of the city, and they kind of estimate how much they think they're going to pick up. Then they use that plus their the negotiated price, and we have a very low negotiated price in our contract currently, as you mentioned, and decide how much resources to send to our community to compare to other communities. So that's step one in the evaluation. Then you want a little bit of time for folks to have an opportunity to clean up their yard so there's not multiple passes, particularly when you're dealing with fewer equipment in the neighborhoods, right? So we have a little bit of a delay so folks can get their yard debris out to the street, so we can pick up most of it in a single pass. I don't know how deep you'd like me to go, but then there's also
I guess my question is, did the contractor fail the people of the city of Palm Coast? Yes or no?
I would say yes. The answer is yes.
Okay.
Because they went to other communities where they would make more money.
And that's where I said we need teeth.
I agree. But what was the name of the contractor?
DRC? Yes, I'm giving a thumbs up. DRC.
Okay. Okay. So DRC failed the citizens of Palm Coast. Okay. I just want to make sure that's public so that going forward, we do our best not to select this company. Failure's not an option, right? So, okay, thank you.
And I would only add to that, so when we talk about teeth, and I totally agree, but does that equate to dollars?
Yeah.
So just so there's no, setting the bar here, if you want better, it's going to cost more, which is, it's just a fact of life. And if that is what, and I think we all agree, is most important because it's affecting people's, lives post-storm and everything else, then we have to be willing to pay for it. Okay.
Yes, and Mayor, that's a delicate balance as well, because if you're not, if the county doesn't get authorized for that type of reimbursement, you're on the hook for it, right? So you need to manage that cost as well, because you may want to clear the streets using that contractor to do it quicker. However, if that's not reimbursable in the end by FEMA, it's on your dime, right? So we got to manage that.
But I appreciate your comment, and we have to build in the leverage. So even though we are growing, we're still maybe not the biggest, business in the region, and we have to find a way to build that relationship so we are a priority for them or whoever it may be. Very, very important. I agree. Okay, good.
I just have one more comment. Just with regards to the house colors, want to make sure if we could get the addresses, Mindy, to code enforcement that you were talking about. Okay, well, I think, if we want to make sure there's not selective enforcement, I'm trying to be the part of a solution here. Chapter 720 in the Florida statutes is specifically to HOAs. So while the city should not be engaging in any type of selective enforcement, we are not bound by Chapter 720 Florida statutes. So what I do want to make sure of, though, and this is just to our code enforcement division, let's just make sure we're applying the laws evenly. I think we do, but just want to...
Let's relook at that. Absolutely correct. So there's no selective enforcement of any kind. Very good. Appreciate that. All right. With that, we will move forward. If there are no other city council comments, Councilor, any comments? Good. So we'll move now to public participation. And if I may, I have one public participation presentation. If we could just get that done, that would be. I appreciate your patience just for a minute, and I'll get to everyone. I promise. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself, Mr. Grand Marshal.
Good morning, Council. Randy Seaford. I'm the Commissioner for the Florida Inland Navigation District for Flagler County, and I wanted to come here today because this is the final session. You folks will be here for many of you, but there are three grants that you had approved and that had been presented and has not been presented to the city yet, the money at least. And I wanted to call out three people that were responsible in making the presentations to our commission down in Cocoa Beach. And so although this money will be forthcoming, there was a lot of work that went into the preparation of the speeches and the presentations they gave. And so the first person I'd like to call out here in the 3 minutes or more I have is regarding the waterway cleanup that so far it's on its 17th year. We've given $85,000 to the city of Palm Coast for this. This last time was $5,000, and you have a new person that had the responsibility to put this cleanup together. It's not easy to do, to rally the people together all over the community to come in, pick up the garbage and the debris around the waterway, and they did an amazing job. And I want to call out to Elisa Roscoe. I think she is behind me somewhere. Elisa? Now, Lisa did an amazing thing, and I know it was met that particular day. I think several of you came down with COVID, unfortunately, but what she did bring back that rallied the Girl Scouts, the Boy Scouts, and everybody that came and participated was an amazing amount of barbecuing of hot dogs that were really good, that really rallied a lot of people that came in and enjoyed the event. We have a best find, something that is found that is considered and voted upon as the most unique find, and it was a important find. It was a lawnmower that was along the coastal, intracoastal waterway that was filled with gasoline. And now you all know what happens if that gets into the waterway, it's going to go forever. So that was an important discovery. We got it out before it did some damage to our waterway. So I shout out again to Lisa, well done. Look forward to next year, even more trash to be picked up. This year was about 1,100 pounds. Next, in 2023, the board, the council had approved a grant to come forward to the briefing in Cocoa Beach for the parking continuation build-up of the waterfront park. And as you know, you can get over there. It's a beautiful park. It's been built out with the kayak launch area, but there's no parking. So this grant was to provide more money to go into the parking, and it was for the amount of $280,000. So that particular presentation was given by James Hurst, and he also is behind me. James? So we met there with 14 or 12 commissioners who are tough guys to brief in an arena that we do, but it scored very highly, and we awarded the city $280,000 for his award. So well done, James. So the next presentation was in 2024 last year, and in October of this year, the board graded the briefing, and that briefing was done by Eric Gibos right over here, the architect of it, who designed another portion, the secondary portion, which includes the pavilion, and that was for a $300,000 grant that was met with great thumbs up. And so I want to say, Eric, to your presentation over here, please stand up, $300,000. So all in all, I have a check not ready to be presented, but ready to be accepted by the city council at a later date when you all decide, Chief of Staff, when that moment might be, for $586,032. So I'm proud to present this one.
Randy, come on up here so I can shake your hand and we'll get a picture. Come on. And also, each of the, come on up. James.
James, Eric.
Last 8 years, you've been tremendous. Thank you for everything for Waterside Park.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Your impact will last forever in Palm Coast. I've sent checks too without the day before. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That would be better, yeah. Perfect. There you go.
I'll cash it though.
Thank you each
Thank
for
you
all
so
that
much.
you've done. Thank you for your patience. We're in public comment now. There's one lady, okay, yes, sir. Mr. McDonald.
Robin McDonald, Palm Coast. I've been real sick, and so I haven't been here in a while, but I missed it. And I was told to behave myself and don't get upset, so I'm going to try to do both. A while back, I don't remember how long ago it was, but we celebrated our 25th anniversary of the city, and they had a big party going on. And unfortunately, it was one of the few times I listened to the doctors, and I had to stay home. But friends of ours came, and the reason I made it here today, because I didn't want the thought of my thoughts to disappear. Friends of ours came who don't live in Palm Coast, and we bragged about the city. And, but when these friends of ours came to this event over here in Town Center, they got charged $10 a person to walk in the door. Why? Why should we have to pay to celebrate our celebration? I'm losing here. So maybe somebody can take me on the side and explain to me why we charged, and these people had 4 kids, a husband and a wife, that's 6 people. So they get charged $60 to walk into this park. Why? This is a celebration. You don't charge people for this. This should have been free. Okay? We spend more money on stupid things than you can shake a stick at. In fact, prior to the meeting today, I talked to a city employee who I won't mention their name, and I questioned for 9 years. I've been coming every year at Christmas time to see the tree lighting ceremony. Well, if you're from here to where the mayor's sitting, away from flipping of the switch, you can't hear anything. And I've been telling the mayor and telling the previous administrations that we have to do something about the PA system. Why? We don't charge for that, but yet we charge people $60. People turned around and said, I'm not paying $60, I don't even live here. Now my time is up. But that's okay. That's okay. And I kept my word that I'm not going to be upset. But one more comment, and I promise I'm going to sit down. Mr. Koufis, we're going to miss you.
I'm going to miss you too.
Don't be a stranger.
Won't be.
I got a seat empty, 1 seat for you, 1 seat for the mayor, okay? And I got 1 more seat left. Right there. Right there. Because nobody, okay. Nobody has got, in the 9 years that I've lived here, nobody has ever taken on the mayor head to head like that man right there. Don't you dare become a stranger. Don't you dare. Because I got a seat for you.
I'll be happy to join. Okay, thank you for your comments, McDonald. And I'll follow up with you on the 25th anniversary question. I'll do that personally. Next speaker, please. And if you would just introduce yourself for us.
Yeah. Kathy Saris, Palm Coast. First, I want to thank those that are going and those that are coming and those that are staying here for the cause of the Red Shirt group, which we know are here about a shelter, and the shelter that is, and the soon-to-come shelter that will be. Yesterday was Veterans Day. We honored all the veterans, and I'd like to personally thank every man and woman that's been in the service or helped in any way. I'd also like to thank our K-9 warriors. I don't turn the TV on very much, but I turned it on yesterday, and I was really happy to see that our local Jackson station, the First Coast TV, they had a telethon, K-9 for Warriors. In the matter of hours, I don't know how long they were on, they raised over $1.2 million for the K-9 for Warriors. It takes over 2 years to train a dog to be a companion for our soldiers. And they save a lot of soldiers. You know, a lot of them have ill thoughts, and these canines just save so many lives, so they should be awarded too. So getting to our only shelter that we have here, the animals deserve better. And like I said, it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when we have a municipal shelter. So I'm begging and pleading from the red T-shirt group to please designate or think about designating some land for the shelter. That's the first thing to do. There was acres, 9 acres, that a builder swapped for $500-some thousand. You know, I know it wasn't the place to build a shelter, but why couldn't they have bought land where it's appropriate for a shelter? And I'm really sad that there was, between the city and county meeting, that was about our current shelter here, and they had lost a board member, and they discussed about putting someone from the commission of the city or county on, because it was funded or estimated about $384,000 of the citizens' taxes are going to that current shelter. And last year, they killed 145 animals. They don't deserve to die, okay? One time I was there and 2 men came in and they adopted 2 dogs for these canine warriors, which was wonderful. And I think we can just do more because our animals deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address us at this time? Yes, sir.
Mark Stansel, Seminole Woods. I just want to give my gratitude and appreciation to the City Council. A few years ago, when I moved here, I decided to get involved because I became passionate about this city. I moved here because I thought this was a great place to come, and I still feel that way. And you graced me with the opportunity to be on the Citizens Advisory Committee. That was first, and then that wasn't enough. Then you allowed me to get on the Code Enforcement Board, which was a blast. But, you know, I'm in a better place now on the Planning Board, which is where I wanted to start in the first place. But I appreciate all the opportunities that you've given me. And I just want you to know from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We hope you'll share that with as many new residents, especially as you possibly can. So thank you.
Well, it's the citizens of our academy.
Yes,
You know, absolutely.
Exactly. Alumni. Very good. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Anna Marie. Feisty this morning. Anna Marie Long, Flagler HBA and resident of Indian Trails. I'm here this morning because there's so much to complain about, but not here. And that's my point. I'm so tired of hearing the complaints when there's so much to be grateful for in Palm Coast, because I've been thinking through all the negativity that we hear, that when I leave my house each day, I drive down Belterre, and then I drive down Palm Coast Parkway, typically, and I see our city employees out. I see them keeping our city beautiful and clean. I noticed after the storm, it was almost as though it hadn't come through on the main thoroughways, having to drive down to the radio station to record, and I was so impressed. I see our sheriff's department keeping our roadways safe. I drove through so many school zones this morning, going to the Future Builders of America meeting first, and then coming here down Belterre, and a cop just saw the guy and he said, "No, you come here, you're not going to speed and hurt any of our kids." I saw what Councilman Pontieri, your efforts in getting the sports complex area going one way. I saw what our city staff did during Hurricane Milton. I saw what our residents did working together, and our city spilled 0 gallons of wastewater, which is incredible because the headlines across Florida were horrifying of how much wastewater was even in people's homes and how many people are still suffering with wastewater, that's sewage, in their homes. That is not to say that no one has a right to complain. It's okay to not be happy with things. But I encourage us all to have gratitude and to be thankful for the beautiful place that we live. And to, even when you have a complaint, to put it in a sandwich of a compliment and be grateful and be thankful. I thank you all for your dedication, for your hard work. I know that you take a lot of grief with this, and it's not easy. So I thank you all. I thank our city staff. And I truly love living here. And Mr. Duffy, you and I went to high school together, so you know I was 1 foot out the door during high school. I was like, I hate this place. I hate it so much. But now I love it because it's changed so much, and there's so much opportunity now. And I think it's such a great thing. It's such a great opportunity for my children and for all the people who live here and our future residents. So thank you for your hard work in making it that way.
Thank you for your comment and your efforts. Are there any other members of the public? Yes, ma'am.
Celia Puglisi in Palm Coast since 1991. I've been
A
here.
little lower, a little, there you go.
Oh, Celia Puglisi in Palm Coast since 1991. Probably I live here more than many, and the length of time that I've been living here is because I came to a beautiful place, and we want to preserve it that way. That's the only reason why we use our First Amendment to bring here our issues, which are not all, most issues are very few, but we try with our issues to be resolved to keep the beautiful quality of life that we moved here for in such a long time. So it should be taken as something positive and not that we have to come here and complain, because after all, it's our First Amendment as well. I am also coming here to support the need of a municipal shelter for the lives of our animals. In this growing city, we are having a more more pressure to have a municipal shelter where the lives of our dogs are not going to be taken away in the terrible amounts that are taken away, and there will be more space and more chances, more volunteers able to work. And so these animals will have more chances to be adopted, to be retrained, rehab, if we have a shelter. So I am with this many residents, but that we need to have a shelter that will be totally monitored by our municipality, whether it's county or whether it's city. And you know what I hear here? Oh, buy land because it's land for sale. We own land. The city owns land. I want to know exactly how many pieces of land we own. We have land over there nearby town center, which is a commercial area. Several lots, the city owns land. The county owns land. Why do we have to buy land to serve our own pocket? We own it, the people own it. So we should designate some of that land for a shelter and start working with the community, raising funds, with donations, with fundraisings, with taxes, and we need to put aside taxes for a shelter. We need a shelter. All of you should know that animals deserve compassion and deserve humane treatment, and we need to seriously start working with that, together with the county or together with the other cities, but we need a shelter. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the comment. Anyone else from the public? Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is certainly not least on my agenda, because yesterday was Gratitude Monday for all our veterans. I cannot thank every veteran here, listening, in this room, and all over the world for your service. You wrote a blank check for me and my family. I'll never forget it. And this community didn't forget it yesterday. It was a unifying event. I saw Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, Flagler County. I saw the city of Flagler, Bunnell, and Chief Brannon put this thing on. It was about community. It was about gratitude. And it was about service that the people have done for us and gave their all in some instances, and certainly put in a great deal of effort and swore to protect and defend this country. That's a debt I'll never be able to repay. I can only say I didn't name my grandson, but my son named our grandson Marshall Bradley, George Marshall and Omar Bradley. Now, we don't forget in our family, and nor does anybody else. But it was gratifying to see those young kids in that parade yesterday, honoring their fathers, their grandfathers, their aunts, their uncles, marching with those pom-poms. I'm telling you, I cried. It's okay. I'll cry again, and because that's a good thing to celebrate gratitude for people who gave us back something and really didn't want anything back in return. I can't imagine being a veteran and coming back to a home where people don't appreciate them. That's not this country. That's not where we live, and that's not our community. And it should never be that way. And I want to thank the people on that Veterans Day parade that I was on with from the city. Matthew Johnson, Shannon Johnson, and Gina Catalano. I can tell you there was an awful lot of planning in that parade, a lot of logistics, and they just came to the plate. The city of Palm Coast would be very proud. You all made history. It's nice to be a part of history. It's the largest Veterans Day parade in the history of Flagler County. So that's something to be proud of. And what was it for? A unifying event to honor our veterans. We can't honor them enough. I also want to give a plug here for our Palm Coast ambassadors that were at that event. They were feeding our band members and hydrating them. Donna McGivney, her husband Kenneth McGivney, Sandra Shank, and Nina Galati. Unsung heroes, they're behind, not out front. That's not where it's about. So I want to say thank you. Thank you, this community. Thank you, veterans. God bless you all. Thank you for sitting on this city council, all you members here. You did a great job. You did all you could. I know you tried to make our community better. I thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else?
Good morning, Jeremy Davis, P section. As a veteran, thank you. Ed Danko, thank you for your service as well. I should have said that earlier because you are a prior vet. Same as the mayor, thank you, right? You're a prior vet as well, thank you. So with that being said, what he was just talking about was great to see. I mean, they did put dump trucks so no one could break through the barrier and run anybody over. That was good to see. They took a lot of precautions. I like seeing things like that because you never know when some crazy thing is going to happen. You know, people lose their minds all the time. You know, there's a lot of people in our community that has PTSD. I'm one of those people. And y'all have tested my patience. I can tell you that. But with that being said, my quality of life is not so well. As y'all know, my home did take on water. You do know that. And I have all of you to thank for my quality of life. No cheers for that. I'm working on my house relentless to fix it because I get zero help. I have a $6,800 deductible, not y'all's fault. Nothing I can do about that. I run a business in this town. I have a daughter that moved here that I had 10 years without her being in my life because her mom tried to take her away from me. She is now living with her grandmother because of the damage in my home. And I hold every one of you accountable for that because of an atrocity next to me that we did come to a conclusion that is shedding water on me. And nobody is holding that accountability either. So back to when I came to this meeting and said I would have to sue my neighbor, and y'all all looked at me and said I was wrong in that. I have to sue my neighbor to have any type of accountability, and that's just wrong. She shouldn't have to go through that because she bought a home that y'all allowed to be built. Make that make sense. None of y'all would be happy if you bought a home and then the neighbor sued you because your water is shedding on them because mismanagement in the city allowed that to happen. Make it make sense. Thank me for my comment and I'll walk away.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment at this time? Seeing no one come forward, City Council, any final comments regarding our public comment? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to thank Commissioner Stapleford for everything that you've done for us the last few years. instrumental. I echo what Councilman Clufus says. Your impact on our city will be felt forever, so thank you.
I would second that, and I would ask the question, is it your intention to continue on with all the...
I wasn't going to do that.
I know, I couldn't resist. So anyway, we would encourage you, we would hope that you would continue to support the community in any way you can for as long as you possibly can. So we thank you for that. Very good. Okay.
And if I could, I would just like to officially say thank you. The last 8 years, you have been instrumental in game-changing projects for the city of Palm Coast. And I want you to know that every time we go by Waterside Park, it is because of our joint collaborative efforts and the hard work that you've put in. And I just want to say thank you, and that your impacts will outlast myself, yourself. They'll be felt for generations. It's a tremendously great thing. And I hope the city of Palm Coast, our residents, that's kind of one of the hidden gems and diamonds of the city of Palm Coast. So it gets busier and busier each time I go over there. So I'm sure they're finding it.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move to agenda letter F, minutes of the city council meeting held on October the 15th, 2024. It was a business meeting. I would ask for a second to approve those minutes. I have a second from, I have a motion from the vice mayor.
I'll second.
A second from Councilwoman Pontieri. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We now move to letter G on the agenda today, which is ordinances of the second read. And Councilor, if you would read that into the record for me, please.
Ordinance 2024-XX, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 6, Retirement Division 2, Volunteer Firefighter Retirement System and Trust Fund.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Morning.
Kyle Berryhill, Palm Coast Fire Department. We're here today with the second read of the amended or the revised pension ordinance. You also have before you an actuarial impact statement. Today, the consultant from Foster Foster, Mr. Lozen, is here if there are any questions associated with that. But I'm going to just give a quick briefing of what that impact statement told us. It did lay out some of the questions that occurred about what the benefits are as change for the Tier A members. If you recall, we've had a volunteer firefighter pension for many, many years, and this is the beginning of our career firefighters participating in that system. They're labeled as a Tier A and Tier B. And so career members who earn 10 years of credited service, who have worked for the city of Palm Coast for 10 years, will be eligible for this pension that meets the requirements of the state's Chapter 175 statute that dictates how you're able to utilize monies that come from the state in order to fund firefighter retirement. This plan has always been in compliance with that statute. It continues to do so. So some of the nuts and bolts of that is 10 years of credited service is the minimum for vesting. And then it's 25 years of total service at any age would be able to retire, or 10 years at over 55 years of age. There's some provisions for early retirement for folks who meet the 10 years prior to age 55. There's still a minimum of age 50. And some other things, and then they accumulate a benefit at 3% of their average final compensation for each year of credited service. The firefighters are required to contribute 5% of their salary to this pension system, and then the total cost is just under 25% of the firefighter's salary, which leaves 19.7% remaining. The funds we received from the state this year would make up 16.7%, so the city's required contribution is 3%. In order to continue, it's a required contribution, which is just under $150,000. It's 148 something. I've got it here. $148,628. So that would be the floor. I'm sorry, on what we could pay. And then we budgeted $1,264,842,000 this year because in the current 401A defined contribution plan, 19.5% was, we do have 4 outliers that are still FRS, Florida Retirement System legacies from when it was the Palm Coast Service District. And we don't know exactly where it will be in between those two numbers, because now the firefighters, if you approve the ordinance today, the firefighters will have an opportunity, the existing firefighters, one time to choose to enter this plan, and I am one of those firefighters, for full disclosure, or to stay with the existing plan. So somewhere between those two numbers is where we'll be. I believe the overwhelming number of the firefighters will choose to enter into the 175 plan. Our current defined contribution retirement plan is ineligible to use those funds. So although the total cost is less, funding that exists for that is different. So Mr. Lozan is here with any questions, and I'm also here with any questions if I hopefully clarified some of what we had between the first read and today.
Chief, can you, just for the public's,
Yes, sir.
can you boil that down into what is the incentive or the opportunity? Just the
Yes,
meat
sir.
of it.
Up until today, career firefighters in the city of Palm Coast that started after the city's incorporation in 1999 were entered into a 401k style of retirement system. It's called a 401a, so it's a defined contribution. The city defines what they'll put in, and then it's up to the retiree or the member to grow that and take care of that for their future retirement. It's very unique in the fire service for that to be the case. I believe we're less than 5 fire departments in Florida that have that, and so partially because of this funding source. So today's resolution would put us into a defined benefit retirement system for all new members, and then a one-time option for all existing career firefighters to enter, and that's more of a traditional pension plan.
So, and obviously, the incentive would, I mean, the hope is that this will continue to bring forward the best possible candidates and keep them in so that our fire service ranks at the highest bar it possibly
Yes,
can.
sir. In exit interviews where we've lost firefighters, 80% of the time, they've mentioned retirement. And in Florida, hiring and retaining firefighters is a challenge today.
That's where I really wanted to get to. And Councilwoman, did you want to further comment on that?
Yeah, I think that anything that we can do to help our retention is obviously what we want to do. It's always more expensive to lose people and then have to train them, and not being a training ground in that way is what we want to make sure we're not engaging in. So thank you, Chief. Thank you to our union representatives. Patrick, I know you've been working tirelessly at this, and to the rest of your group for all of their efforts. And thank you to the council for finally taking this across the finish line. I think this is instrumental, and staff as well. And it shows how much we value our firefighters. So I'm just super excited for this to actually go through.
I just want to know if that's a future firefighter that's getting patted so gently in the back. I won't ask, but I couldn't resist. Any other comment from city council members?
Yep, I would just say over the past 8 years, I've seen incredible growth within our fire department professionally. Kyle, you've done a tremendous job as chief. Succession planning is something that was always critical in our fire department, and we've seen it be a success. And I'm excited for what the future holds for our fire department. But to be able to do something like this that is going to help retain some of the best emergency service workers that I've ever seen in my entire life. I think that this is, I'm incredibly privileged to be a part of it. And 8 years ago, I know that we were having retention issues, and you have completely transformed how we're viewed, and your impact in our community is huge too. And I just wanted to say thank you. Over the last 8 years, it's been a tremendous ride, and I'm thankful to have been part of it with you guys. So thank you.
I just wanted to say, Chief, that this, absolutely makes sense, not only for our firefighters, but for our community, right? You have to retain talent, but we've got to grow our talent. And, for those that come in earlier in their careers to eventually reach retirement and have something to shoot for, it makes total sense. I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. With that, I'll hold for a motion. We'll go to public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time? Patrick?
There he is.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Patrick Giuliano, Vice President, Palm Coast Professional Firefighters. So this is a significant milestone. If approved, we will have achieved something remarkable, a pension for our career firefighters that secures their future and honors their service. And the path here officially began about 5 years ago. And this ordinance before you represents a collaborative effort of staff, union, city administration, city council, and an achievement we all can take pride in. So I want to thank our HR director, Ms. Fuller, for taking our questions, listening to our initial proposals, navigating the complexities of this initiative, and often with great patience with us. Our city manager, Ms. Johnston, she's been instrumental as our chief of staff, and then the assistant city manager in her current role ensured that every detail has been addressed, and her leadership and determination has brought us to this moment. So thank you for that. To Mayor and honorable members of council, thank you for taking the time to understand this issue, to learn about a Chapter 175 pension, listening to the proposals, asking thorough questions that brought clarity throughout the process, and your visionary leadership is invaluable. And if I might, Councilmember Danko, Councilmember Kloufis, and Mayor Alphen, this is your last meeting, but it's altogether fit and proper that this is the before you as one of your last acts in council, and we're forever grateful for your service and your leadership and your unwavering support of us on this and helping to make this a reality. So like I said, this agreement reflects 5 years of efforts, navigating labor laws, conducting actual assessments, and tackling complexities of a firefighter retention plan. And it's been challenging, but it has been rewarding, a process that reflects the strength of collaboration and shared purpose. So that's why today's decision holds such significance to us. This provides firefighters with security and honors their sacrifice they make daily. This agreement exemplifies what can be achieved through thoughtful leadership and collaboration, creating a lasting legacy for those who serve today and for generations to come. Life-changing decisions aren't often before us, but this is one of these extraordinary moments that they are. So on behalf of the Palm Coast professional firefighters, we want to extend our deepest gratitude to all of you for being with us these last 5 years and hearing us out and working through this process. Together, we've achieved this, and we couldn't have done it without you. And so with that, thank you so much for being part of something great.
Thank you, Patrick. And also, I would ask that as you move forward in the future, since you have told us that we become part of a rather unique, exclusive group that has this opportunity available, that you pass that along to the younger members of the program in the high school so that they further understand how great it would be to train and become a part of your organization here locally. Okay? Any comments? We've heard any other members of the public? Yes, ma'am.
Celia Puglisi in Palm Coast since '91. I am all for our fire department personnel to be properly paid and with the benefits, but I have a question. How much, I want to have a figure, how much is this vote yes will cost, this trust fund, retirement system trust fund will cost to the taxpayers of Palm Coast? How much this is, because have not been mentioned how much it's going to cost to the taxpayers.
I think the chief made reference to it, and I think he'll be happy to follow up with you if you're looking for some actual numbers, or you can refer to the budget, which is published.
No, I am actually looking for the number,
Yeah.
because the taxpayers
So
doesn't know.
they'll be happy to follow up with you with that.
I would like to have it today.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? With that, then, I would ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
The vice mayor has made a motion to approve the ordinance as read, and City Councilman Kloufis has seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to say that
Please.
this is a huge day for the Palm Coast Fire Department. This was a thing from recruitment and retention standpoints where other Firefighters have firefighter friends, and they discuss the type of benefit. And this was a place of contention. And for, Patrick referenced this being a 5-year thing, but it's a much longer thing than that. And the fact that our staff and the city council was willing to listen, we were able to find a win where we're both doing the right thing, doing what the employee wants, and saving the city money for a while. And that's a really special thing. So I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Joe, and please get somebody, if they would, to follow up with Celia. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move to agenda letter G, item number 6, ordinance for amending the Unified Land Development Code. And Counselor, if you would, go ahead and read that in for us.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance 2024-XX, amending the Unified Land Development Code to implement and ensure compliance with the Live Local Act.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Michael Hansen from the Planning Division, Community Development. We last discussed this approximately a month ago on October 15th, where the council voted unanimously to move the ordinance forward with a couple slight changes, increasing the non-residential component from 30% to 35%, and also changing or modifying the definition of transit stop to make it not apply to school buses. The day following, due to Hurricane Milton, the week before or so, kind of modified our schedule, where we actually went to planning board after the first read for the council. So the planning board met on October 16th, where they also voted unanimously for the approval of this ordinance with the council's amendments that you had on the October 15th meeting. So once again, the Live Local Act is a state preemption. That's essentially a blanket preemption across the entire state to be a tool to help assist in having additional affordable housing stock within a state. However, due to the blanket preemptions that we have, it kind of forced our hands to have to approve non-residential development affordable housing development within non-residential zoning districts. So for the sake of brevity, I'll try and go through everything quickly. If you have further questions, by all means, feel free to stop me. Once again, though, we are taking the position that this doesn't apply to our master plan developments, so it only would apply to commercial 1, 2, 3, OFC 1 and 2, industrial 1 and 2, zoning districts within the city.
Could I just real quick, is that a point of contention across the state, whether or not this applies to master planned versus COM 1, COM 2, COM 3?
I don't have a list of cities as far as their stances, one way or the other. I know because it is essentially a newer law, as it was most recently amended this past, essentially May 16th was when it was, the most recent amendment went through, that there may be some contention whether it applies to either a planned unit development or our master plan development or so on throughout the state. So
still a little fluid.
Only time will tell exactly where the chips might fall. There might be another glitch bill or something that ends up getting adopted by the state. So this is our
interpretation.
Interpretation as is, based on our legal consulting with Marcus throughout the process, so that we can essentially make sure that we're able to best protect the city based on the implementation of this law.
Cool. Thank you.
Just really quickly on that, though, I hear what you're saying, because I actually, I'm on the Planning and Development Committee for FLC, and they specifically are addressing that question right now. So we're going to continue to see. This is going to be a very dynamic area of the law. They're addressing that, and also what is really defined as mixed use. So I think we're just going to possibly have to be fluid along with that, and maybe even think about protections for us to grandfather us in as kind of law comes from the top to further denigrate home rule in that way. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it.
Understood. Thanks.
So I guess the real question is, I mean, in your opinion, based on your experience, is this contentious enough that it could be used in the legislature to kind of blow it up? in the coming session, or?
What do you mean?
I mean, can somebody protest against the entire Live Local Act because of that component? Or do you think it'll be restricted to just that component?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that as we start to see probably case law come down and further define, different factual scenarios, because that's what case law does, right? It'll take legislation, very high level, and as we have certain little facts come here and there, that's how cases define those certain scenarios. So I don't know. I'm hoping that our legislator will do away with it, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah. All right, so we move forward. Okay, good. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all right, sir. So since the city's taking the position that the Live Local Act doesn't apply to our master plan developments, we calculated out within the city that from our commercial 1, 2, 3, OFC 1, 2, and industrial 1 and 2, so essentially our non-residential zoning districts that we have 4.34% of the entire city is essentially zoned through a straight zoning district for non-residential development. So as I informed the council last month, there's a provision under state statute 166.04151 subsection 7G that allows municipality to only authorize, or to allow us to only have to authorize Live Local developments as long as they're mixed use. So that's the position that the city is taking. Based on the first read presentation that we had about a month ago, there was a request from the council to change the non-residential component of that mixed use from 30% to 35%. Staff has put that into the draft ordinance that we have with one caveat, because the intent was to allow for either horizontal mixed use or vertical stacking. So based on the mathematics of taking 1/3 of a 3-story building at 33.33%, it's not quite the 35% the council asked for. The current draft that you have allows for a vertical stacked mixed use development made pursuant to Live Local to only require 33% non-residential. So that would be that first floor of that building to allow the residential on top. And once again, for the vertically stacked mixed use that we're looking at for Live Local, it's only applicable to the commercial 1, 2, 3, OFC 1, and OFC 2 zoning districts, as the ordinance doesn't allow it in the industrial 1 or 2 zoning districts. Any kind of project does have to still meet all the requirements of our land development code, other than what's preempted from the state. So kind of as a refresher, it allows the maximum density within the city, 150% of the maximum floor area ratio within any zoning district in the city, up to 150% of the tallest adjacent building. Zoning districts define max height or 3 stories or greater for any kind of Live Local development that's adjacent to 2 sides or more for any kind of single-family residential. So that was a change with the last amendment that helped protect areas that were adjacent to single-family residential zoning districts. Otherwise, the Live Local allows for the maximum building height within a mile of the project. Additionally, since we're requiring these projects to be mixed use, in the ordinance, we have language in there to require the non-residential piece to be developed essentially either concurrently with the residential, or if it's phased, then it has to be developed first as a means to try and protect our non-residential zoning that we have within the city, so that a project wasn't to come in and say develop 250 or so residential units and then walk away and never actually develop a non-residential piece. Additionally, in the ordinance, there's built-in prohibitions against adult-oriented businesses or mini warehouses, office warehouse, self-storage facilities from being the non-residential component. Both components of the non-residential and residential have to be interconnected with sidewalks and internal roads. They share the same access. That way it doesn't further inundate our transportation system with additional points of connection onto our arterial or collector roads. Once again, there's an exemption for airports when within a quarter mile of a runway or its extension of 10,000 feet. So that way the Live Local Area Act wouldn't apply to those kind of projects. because otherwise the Live Local Act, all these projects are administratively approved, so they wouldn't come before this body or the planning board, as that's a state preemption. To help control this, we're looking at using a land use restriction agreement for any kind of project that comes in that would ultimately get recorded at the county. It puts the responsibility for income verification of the tenants on the property owner. The property owner has to have at least a minimum 40% for the affordable units of the project, so it allows them to have some as market rate. Otherwise, they have to have that at least 40% for the affordable, up and no greater than 120% of the area median income.
Even though it says 30 years of requirement, it's only actually a 10-year act though, right? So do we know how that's going to be enforced after that?
So that's correct, sir. Based on the law currently sunsets October 1st of 2033 unless it's further amended and that date is extended. But as the law requires a 30% affordability, in that land use restriction agreement, we still would require the affordability period for the entire 30-year period. In the ordinance that we have, there's provisions based on state law that any kind of live local development that is approved has to be treated as conforming even after the sunset of the law or the end of the 30-year affordability period. So that's built into it as well.
Thank you.
Now, this is kind of going over still the developmental standards that we have for the monitoring. Essentially allows the city to come in with notice to the property owners, so that way we can inspect the records and then also inspect the property to ensure that they're meeting all the requirements of the law and then any other applicable laws such as like the Fair Housing Act to ensure that the affordable units are comparable in nature to any market rate units that might be. The ordinance also provides 11 definitions for our land development code to help with this, implement the law. Based on the update from the last time this came before the council back on October 15th, the change for the language was for the transit stop, and this is the new language that we have where we added a sentence to the end of it that school bus stops are not considered transit stops per definition, so that way we ensure that there's no confusion counting school bus stops as part of that. Additionally, the ordinance does have language to grandfather any live local development that has submitted an application for development or legally existed prior to the adoption of this. As is right now, we've received one application for development pursuant to the Live Local Act development that's still in-house. So it hasn't been approved yet as far as the city, but it's still pending, going through, but there's language in there that allows it to continue to exist based on the nature of the law.
Based on the original law?
That's correct, sir.
So that one applicant's grandfathered?
Yes, if essentially because as is this ordinance isn't approved yet, they're able to develop under what's actually on the books for the state law. So the implementation of this has a grandfather clause to allow that development to continue to go through the process as is. Because the difference is the state law doesn't have a required non-residential component for mixed use, where our ordinance is putting in this 35% for horizontal mixed use, which that application would have. If it were to apply, say if it had applied after the implementation of this, however we received it ahead of time, we worked with that project to still have some non-residential component. It's approximately 20.2% of the project, so it's not quite the 35 that otherwise would come through with if they applied after the adoption of this.
It's been our procedure and process to respect the agreements that were made in advance of any changes. That's what we've done. That's my understanding of it.
So I guess what I don't understand is if we were grandfathering in an applicant, why are we changing all this stuff? from a law that went through Tallahassee? And are we going to get ourselves into a legal situation down the road when somebody else comes along? I mean, there's just so much here.
So I can defer to Marcus to provide any kind of legal insight, but I know a lot of jurisdictions within the city are taking implementation ordinances similar to what we have. There's numerous communities that are essentially just as restrictive as what we have because of the amount of non-residential zone property that we have within the city to ensure we protect that as much as possible. So with the 4.34% of non-residential zone property that we have within the city, if we weren't to implement this project, it would have potentially allowed developers to come in and utilize the Live Local Act to develop all that property for essentially multifamily development and further reduce our tax base that we have for the city. So the whole intent of this ordinance is to try and protect the city as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm still just concerned we're going to find ourselves in a legal nightmare down the road over this. That's just a concern.
I appreciate the work that you've done. I absolutely think this is necessary to protect the little bit of non-residential that we do have left. And this not only protects us from, that very specific standpoint, but just conceptually protecting our sovereignty as a city to regulate ourselves. And I think our constituents, their policy is that they be able to govern themselves as well. And I think what really irritates me about this act from Tallahassee is that it does away with the necessity for applicants to come before this board who is elected directly by our constituents to regulate these developments, and it precludes the necessity for neighborhood meetings. I mean, it really does cut the public out of this decision-making process, which is absolutely 100% against, I think, everything this board has previously stated it was in favor of. So I appreciate the work that you've done. I think that this is the most that we can do to continue to protect our city and protect our residents and really still try to get in that as much non-residential and commercial as possible, even in light of this act. So thank you.
What else?
No, I appreciate all the changes to this. There was a lawsuit joke in there somewhere, but I can't find it. I just want to say thank you for everything. I think this is going to be a tough one for our council remaining and then our future councils to try to walk this delicately.
So if it's inappropriate and if I direct my comment to Jason, is there any way in broad strokes to help the community understand what's the net effect of all of this with regard to the community of Palm Coast over the next 3 to 5 years, based on the knowledge that you know now?
You can't paint your house yellow. Oh, my bad.
Give us some idea. What does it mean in broad strokes?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. So this bill is large. The state bill is large and it's multifaceted, right? But there is a part that pertains directly to preempting the city's authority of zoning. And Michael started with that slide of the, COM office and industrial zoning that that a Live Local applicant can administratively, without public hearing, change that to a residential project. Now, some of you will remember that we worked with the Southern Group to put in a little piece of language that defined a master plan community. The city of Northport and us and others worked together on some language that didn't take away all of the commercial. It required it to be a portion of it to be mixed use. And what Michael has done here with Marcus's help is to define that portion within the parameters that the state has given us. And that's what we're trying to protect, is that when we have someone that applies for a Live Local project and is going to administratively change our zoning, that we have the maximum protections in place that we are allowed under the statute as currently written.
Okay.
There's a whole nother portion, Mayor, that's related to taxes
that helps a little
and
bit.
tax abatement and all
Okay.
that, and, the city won't have to deal much with that. That'll be the county and the tax collector that'll have to deal with that.
Very good. All right, I think that's as far as you can help us at this point in time.
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions from city council members at this point? All right, I would open the item up for public comment, if there are any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time.
Celia Puglisi in Palm Coast since 91. I want everybody to be aware, especially the residents, that any vacant land we see around us that is already zoned commercial, not much of industrial, but we do, for example, in the Palm Coast Parkway, we have a lot of commercial land. And think about any of these developers can buy that land and put in there whatever we want. And anybody of us living near the Palm Coast Parkway example could be subject to that. If I am wrong, I'd like to hear from the experts that I'm wrong, because I will leave before anything like that will happen, even after 91 years, and no matter how much I love Palm Coast. But because of the people or the multifamily, because what it will add to the traffic, example in the Palm Coast Parkway, okay? This is the amount of traffic, and it will be unbearable. And this is one concern that I have, and I want the residents to be aware of that before it's too late.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think the answer to your question is probably parcel specific. It would depend on the individual property, but my question to Mr. DiLorenzo before was, are we looking for a significant impact or change in all this? I'm not getting the impression that this, it's such a small amount to begin with that we're protecting, it's more about protecting the little we have as opposed to a giant transformation in the city. I don't think that we're expecting that, nor does this allow that to happen, nor will this facilitate that happening.
Okay, thank you. I hope so. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, what are you looking for from staff today?
It's adoption of the second read.
Make a motion to adopt the second read.
Very good. So I have a motion to adopt the ordinance on a second read. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilman Gambaro. Any further discussion? We've had public comment. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed.
The motion
Does
passes
the clerk
4 to
have the
1.
count? Okay. Did you want to give a reason or?
Again, I think Mr. Kloufis said it best, that somewhere in there is a lawsuit waiting to happen, and that is just my concern about this.
So your concern is the alteration in some of the detail. Okay,
Yeah.
just so we have it on the record.
And everything, and we'll see what happens.
Very
But I
good.
just hate to see us go down that path.
All right, thank you for
Feels
this.
to me like there's not enough out there for us to go down this path yet.
All right, thank you for the explanation.
That's just my
Very good.
thoughts.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we now move to item G7, which is the ordinance creating an arts and public places program. Counselor, if you'd go ahead and read that in for me.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance 2024-XX, creating an art and public places program for the city beautification.
All right, good morning, Mayor and City Council. James Hurst, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Palm Coast. Today's presentation is the second read for the Percentage of Arts Ordinance. We last had the first read on October 15th, and then over the last couple of weeks, staff has made a couple of updates and some expansions to the ordinance. So just really quickly, this is part of the Council's SAP priority, Objective 11, identifying dedicated funding source for arts, culture, and historical activities. The establishment and creation of the public fund does all the contributions received for the public art fee program. It includes grants, governmental or other private sources for public art, culture, and historic programs. They shall be allocated to all these funds. And also within this public fund is a public art maintenance fund, which is a portion of this fund will be designated to provide maintenance and upkeep for all pub-owned artwork. So just really quickly, from October 15th, this would include a public art fee, and this is for developments, redevelopments, and reconstructions of projects with a construction value of $1 million. This public art fee shall be equal to 1/2 of 1% or 0.005 of construction value of the project. And then all expenditures from this fund shall be approved by City Council after the recommendation from the Art and Public Places Committee. And then again, no changes from the exemptions. These were the same ones that I spoke about last time. At the request of City Council, staff provided two separate graphs here. One was commercial projects between October 2023 and October of 2024, so a year. We had 26 commercial projects that were over $1 million each. The lowest was $1 million and the highest was 47. So if we looked at the 47 million project at 0.005, the fee would be $235,000 that would go to the Public Art Fund. And then also, council did talk about maybe doing a 0.001%, and that's 1/10 of 1%. And so we added that here as well, and at a $47 million rate, that would be $47,000 that would be allocated to that fund. For the last 2 years, the city has seen $138 million, or just over $138 million in commercial non-resident investment. And so at a 0.005 or 1/2 of 1%, the fund would be allocated $693,000, a little bit more than that. And then at 0.001, the fund will get $138,650. Part of the ordinance also states the establishment of art in lieu of the fee. Not many changes here at all. So owners will have the right to reimburse or waiver the fee to install public art. The Art and Public Places Committee shall be authorized to approve the proposed public art installation on private property. And then any public art that will be on public space or city property will be approved by City Council after the recommendation by the committee. The application for the lieu of art will be the following. The applicant would need to provide a form, provide a schedule, plans rendering in details, and then obviously the payment of fee, and nothing has changed from the first reading. This graph here shows a little bit of acceptable and non-acceptable artwork. These again, there was no changes from the first reading on October 15th. And then the Art and Public Places Committee review process. So a pre-application meeting will be scheduled by the committee, and it will be the applicant shall appear to that meeting. We will review the art standards for City Council approval. We'll also adopt implementation of guidelines, and then selection of the public artwork. So just a couple of updates that I mentioned earlier for this ordinance. So there was a discussion last, and we can continue this discussion today, there was between 0.001 or 0.005% of each of the projects. After coming back after October 15th, staff went through and looked at other municipalities throughout the state of Florida, and a lot of them did have a maximum cap per project. So we followed this with Sarasota, which this is largely based on, and they had a cap of $250,000 per project. So as you saw in the previous slides, the 47 million was at 236 or 38,000, so it didn't hit the max for that one. And then we also updated some verbiage to be able to use the funds for cultural art grant program with city's approval. So this helps us burden the limit on the Parks and Recreation budget, which it comes out of currently. But we can also expand this to maybe the Historical Society or something like that as well. So those were some updated verbiage we had in the ordinance. And then just quickly, council action, just staff direction on the public fee percentage, and then obviously adopting the second read for the percentage of arts.
Okay.
And that concludes my presentation.
James, I was conservative or reluctant on the last read, and let me express my comment. I'm absolutely in favor of making a statement and creating a funding source for the arts and culture for the long term. My issue, which hopefully City Council can help me get over, is with the lack of a comprehensive plan, I'm not at all clear or sure that 10 years from now, what is it that how is the city going to look more beautiful because of the investment that has been made? In general terms, it's a little dreamy, it sounds good and all of that. I'm concerned about execution and the process and how even individual projects get approved and these monies get accounted for. I'm just, again, the statement and the collection for the arts and culture I'm in favor of, but the rest of the process for me is lame. It's not, it doesn't tell me what we're going to get on the other end. That's where I'm kind of stuck. So I would ask city council members to help me with that.
For sure. So a couple of different things, and I think it's important to note the changes for the possibility that we could use this for the cultural arts grant program. That is something that I'm quite certain that we as a council, and I've been here for 8 years now, but I know we've pressured to cut cultural art grant funding, and that's something that is an easy chop to get to a budgetary requirement that we as a council has said, hey, we got to get to this number so that we can keep the taxes low. I think this is a tremendous way to be able to supplement that, but I also think it represents a commitment to the development that's happening in our city, because right now we require them to pay impact fees, which by law, the maximum allowable is literally their impact to the community. So we can't mandate them to go above and beyond what their actual impact is, but this actually does allow us to require enrichment of our community. And I'm not certain what the city of Palm Coast is going to look like in 10 years, but I can tell you for sure that the cultural arts funding mechanism for the grant funding is something that can have impacts tremendously. We have, and James can, if he can hit me with some numbers, so many different programs that have been applying to this, and we basically have hamstrung what we're able to fund them recently. But I think those are a couple of mechanisms that would make this more palatable, potentially.
Councilman?
Yes, I just want to be clear, right? Arts, culture, history, but it could be used also for whatever is required within the Parks and Recreation Department. I mean, it's any of those items that this fee could be used for, right?
It'd just be mainly the arts, culture, and history aspects of the city, yeah.
Okay, so I've got two issues with some of the provisions here, and I want to go specifically to them and reference them so the rest of my fellow city council members can take a look at it. So so just some background. I'm working extremely hard to bring commercial businesses here, okay? With my background in defense, some of these folks are potential defense commercial folks, right? And so under the staff, so in lieu of category, right? Either they pay the fee or they do something in lieu of. So paragraph E, subsection 3, it says here, the committee shall be authorized to approve proposed public art to be placed on private property prior to its fabrication or acquisition. Nothing herein shall be construed to require that the public art be in existence and subject to the examination time approval by the committee. But we're talking private property.
Mm-hmm.
So if we bring a big defense firm here, and let's say they want to put they want to create a historic print of a really important battle in our history, or that maybe a lot of our World War II veterans that live in our community participated in. If they find that, if the committee finds that offensive, you're telling me that on their own private property, right, that entity owns it, they're not allowed to put a historic, a new piece of art or historic print that represents the foundation of what the company's for and ties into the community. So I've got an issue with that, and so I'm going to recommend to the council, once I'm done speaking and everybody has an opportunity to give their comments, to amend this or remove that provision. Also, I have an issue with provision number 5. So the artwork, so this is still under paragraph E. The artwork is in place prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the project. So a major defense firm that I'm trying to bring here, right? We can't issue them their certificate of occupancy because their arts project hasn't been approved. We're trying to bring people here, and those kinds of things will present roadblocks for it. Okay? I mean, these provisions, for me, it's an example of shooting ourselves in the foot when we're trying to bring people here. And so those are my 2 biggest concerns. I've shared them with staff already, but I just would offer it to the council for consideration of removal, because I think this will, it's going against the intent of really what we're trying to do. I think it's an attempt to maybe put some teeth to making sure we collect the fee and we hold them a new commercial entity accountable before they operate. But I think this could hurt us in the long term with bringing companies that we need. I'll hold on my motion to make the amendment to this ordinance and allow everybody else an opportunity to speak.
Is your objection, would your objection disappear if we took it away from, if the art was to be in a public space and not within a private commercial space?
Yeah, private property is my issue.
The private property. So if we were not restricting it with private property, just collecting but using it in a public space, that would cure your...
For that provision, Mr. Mayor, yes.
It would, okay, just so I understand.
And then the certificate of occupancy is the other
same.
item. So
Okay.
it's our opportunity to legislate here and see where we land.
I have a question on the second issue you have. Would you be amendable to having those funds like just received in like an escrow, not mandating it before the CO or anything like that? Because if the process does take too long, I could understand how you don't want to, unintentionally prevent somebody from coming and giving a CO just because of this arts provision. But did you want to remove that fully, or are you okay like collecting the funds in escrow and then whenever the arts process were to flush out, ideally that would never occur, but if it does, at least the funds are in escrow? I think that you captured.
I hadn't considered that. I think that's an option, but I think it goes back to the process the mayor was hitting on. But I hadn't thought about that. Sure. Yeah.
I have the same concerns the councilman has and the concerns that you have too, Mr. Mayor, on this. And further, I hate to tell any property owner they have to put anything on their property whatsoever. I think, again, it could hurt us. A business may look at us and say, I'm not going there. They're telling me what artwork, and they're going to have a committee, a government committee that selects it. To me, this is just, it's a matter of, if a business moves in and they want to put some artwork on their property, fine. They're certainly entitled to do it. Again, the historical aspect that the councilman raised, there's some pretty vicious, what is that?
Russians are coming. No? Oh, my fault.
Is that somebody's phone? I haven't heard that one before. But again, there's some artwork, especially if it concerns war and history, that might be unacceptable to some people because maybe it shows some violence, but that's part of our history. And so the other concern I have is right now we start with a certain percentage. At what point does that increase? And how high does it go? Because it could increase over time. And so then we're asking more and more of property owners, of developers or builders or businesses. They're going to pass that along to the consumer, even if it's a tiny amount. But do we end up increasing it? What will it be 5 years from now? We don't know. Also, do we end up finding ourselves having to hire additional staff to administer this at some point? Probably. So that's another expense to our taxpayers. So the way this is, I can't support this right now. I just can't.
Councilwoman bring us in.
Thank you so much for your work on this, and to Marcus as well for your work on this. I'm in favor of this, generally speaking. I agree that some changes need to be made. So I think that we need to keep it at the 0.5%. It's a small drop in the bucket for these larger commercial entities, but can add up to a lot of money for an art fund that we have never had a dedicated source for. And I think what's really important is what you pointed out, James, and what you pointed out, Councilman Clufus. This comes out of our general fund, so it can help to lessen the burden on our taxpayers as far as that millage, right? Because that's where that revenue comes into, is our general fund. So my intent for this would be to stop the payment of taxpayer dollars towards the arts and really be able to fund it through this, which is the ultimate goal. I agree. I don't like the idea of us picking and choosing what types of art to put on not only private property, but also public property, and here's why. Right now, we may all be kind of on the same page as far as what we think is acceptable, but when this board changes over, and it inevitably will, who is now going to be in charge of making those decisions? That makes me very nervous. It's almost like the book thing in the schools, right? Who chooses the right books and who chooses the wrong books? And I don't want to get into all that. So I really think that we do away with the in lieu. I think that they pay the fee, and that be the fee, and that's it. I don't know. I get the intent behind, having the other option, but I do think that it could open up some more issues. As far as the CO goes, I think that's a great point. Maybe we require the fee to be paid within 6 months of getting the CO. That way, it's not held up. They get their CO and they have to pay. And I don't even know if we're getting rid of the in lieu. Do we really even need to have the CO part in there? Because we're getting rid of the in lieu, right? They're just going to pay the fee like they do any other impact fee. So I think that kind of takes care of two birds with one stone if we just say, hey, this is the fee for the art fund, arts, culture, and history, because I think we added that, right, Marcus? Didn't we add reference to history as well? And as far as the process goes, Mayor, I understand your concern, but I think we leave that to staff to come up with the policy as far as, administering the monies to certain grant programs and things like that. I don't think that needs to be in the ordinance.
Would you consider, and this is to your point also, Vice Mayor Danko, would you consider in the motion that the percentage that's being presented today, was it a half a point, be restricted to that number at least until there's a comprehensive plan for art in place and voted on by city councils, that everybody knew what the outcome of this collection of funds would be? It's a bit of a restriction. It holds the percentage at a point in time until there's a comprehensive plan for this art.
But it doesn't hold it for very long.
Well, coming up with a plan like that is quite but at least you would know what it's for at that point. Then you could say you like it or you don't, and maybe you agree or you don't.
My other concern is, we're almost basically saying this will be an impact fee.
It is an impact fee.
Yeah, an impact fee.
Yeah.
So then what? If something else comes up, we want to hit people with another impact fee? That doesn't do anything for our infrastructure, for the needs that we really have as a community, which I consider much more important than a piece of artwork on somebody's property.
Well, there's that quality of life component, which balances.
Roads are quality of life.
No, absolutely.
The whole
Absolutely,
9 yards.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm concerned that we just will go down this path and then continue to go down it for other things.
Yep.
And I think that's very unfair to property owners. It's very unfair to business. And it's just not the way to do this, in my opinion.
I would only rebuke that by saying we are maxing out how much in impact fees they're paying today. I think what I'm hearing from the community today is that they wish we could charge more of an impact fee, because they want the people who are moving into our community to pay above and beyond what they're contributing to our community today. And I think that's been loud and clear, is that anybody who's coming into the city now should be going above and beyond what they have been required to parlay to get into the game here.
Yeah, I think as far as, to your point, Mayor, quality of life, we have to continue to enrich our community as well. And we want to do that at the lowest cost to the taxpayer as possible. Now, yes, a 0.5%, 0.005 Could that in some way be passed on to the end consumer? I genuinely don't think it will. And I think that it's low enough to where it's not going to deter businesses, because we obviously don't want to do that. Furthermore, the cap that we're instituting prevents that from happening as well. So I really do think this is a very well-rounded ordinance that accomplishes a goal that, quite candidly, hasn't been able to be accomplished for how many years, Councilman Clufus? It's been a long time that we've been struggling to find monies to enrich our community in this way. And we can't leave arts, culture, and history aside. I think that it's so important that we really focus on preserving those things, because as we know, if we don't, it gets shaped by the people in power that have the option or the ability to write history in a way that it may not have actually happened. So it's just really important that we preserve.
Yeah, and the half full side of this, half full, there's a half empty and a half full. The half full side is that if in fact the program is successful over the next decade, let's say, and we have beautified up the quality of life, it does make us a better investment and ROI for developers as well. I mean, everybody would benefit if we enrich the city. I know it's a stretch, and I know it's, we're talking half full here, but, philosophically and conceptually, that is an argument that could also be made. But I understand your hesitation.
And the
I get it.
enriching a city part, I mean, I get it,
Yeah.
but you could walk by, you and Mr. Clufus could walk by a piece of artwork, and one of you could love it, and one of you could hate it. So I'm not quite sure where the enrichment is.
I look at it, I use the Benihana restaurant chain as my example. So they were the first ones to do the big commercial murals on the outside of their buildings by a South American artist. I can't remember the name right now. And you could make the argument, did it improve their business model or not? You could say either way. I don't know the answer.
I'm sure they have statistics on it.
They may, but we don't.
And that's something
So
for a business.
it's that kind of
Right, and that's a
an issue.
business model,
Yeah.
and that's a risk that a business will take to attract customers. But again, I'm not sure where we're at with this, because we were discussing.
Well, right now, we're going to be considering possibly a changed or revised motion is where I think we're at.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilman, you kind of alluded to that
So, Mr. Mayor, I
originally.
move that we actually, I'm going to take Councilwoman Pontieri's recommendation is strike the entire in lieu of provision in this ordinance and just stick with the fee. And stick with the fee.
And also the private property part.
Well, that's under in lieu of, so we take it
I would
all out.
second that.
Hold on, so is the clerk clear on the motion, or do you need to have it restated?
I'm clear, thank you.
Okay, and so you've made a motion, Councilman Clufus has seconded the motion.
So I just want to make sure I
Discussion, yes.
understand it.
Go ahead.
So we're basically saying, pay an impact fee. No arts committee, no, we're going to tell you to put art on your property. We're eliminating all of that?
Yes.
So it's just an impact fee?
It'll
That
be-
impact fee
It'll be
comes
up
to
for the city council to decide how those monies would be expended.
Like we give it to some sort of group, organization,
Grants,
whatever,
whatever.
grant, whatever. But-
Or an infrastructure
Right,
component,
but nothing
depending on where it
nothing
existed.
forcing any property owners to put anything on their property.
That's correct.
Or put it on public
Yeah,
property.
and no restriction on what they put inside their, right.
Well, they can put in whatever they want, I guess,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And again, my.
It's a statement for the arts
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
small way that we're on board,
And we're
but
capping this fee for how long?
I don't know that we can, well, I don't know.
Can we?
With regard to the motion, that's a good, can we put a cap? I mean, it could be changed by a future city council, so that's why I went with the comprehensive plan, because that would kind of identify a timeline for it. But you've already made a motion and a second.
I think
The
future
councilman's
council-
asking if you'd want to add, you'd want to take it back, start over, and put a cap to it.
Mayor, maybe I can help. It might be beneficial after you have adopted the ordinance, that staff comes up with that program or that policy by resolution of what you want to, how we basically want to make this operate, right? We would bring that back to you.
Comprehensive plan
How
part,
it's
yeah.
going to work in the budget process, et cetera, to the future council.
So would the motion need to be updated for the piece that city manager, that just happens?
Because that's a policy.
Okay.
Policy decision.
It's a policy, okay.
I would also say we're putting future councils in a better position for them to, so I don't want, I know there's probably going to be accolades given to
Then
us
they
by
can strike
future
it down.
councils, but we can pat ourselves on the shoulder for giving them the tools to be able to fund these type of programs without having to impact general fund dollars.
All right, so we have a motion and we have a second, so let me throw it out to the public. Is there any comment by the public? Yes, ma'am.
Danielle Anderson, Flagler County Cultural Council. Just want to say thank you for considering this. We hope you do pass it. It can really have a future impact on the arts and culture and history here in our community. Everybody's excited about the opportunity to see it happen, and we hope you'll support it.
All right, we thank you. Any other, yes, ma'am? And just so I'm clear, Councilman, your motion included the word historical, correct?
Oh, okay. Celia Puglisi, Pancos, since 91. And first of all, I have to appreciate Mr. Hirsch's presentation and idea. I think it's a good idea that with the growth we are experiencing, also we give some, again, because we used to have a great arts council here and organization, and we had symphonic presentations and everything, and it would be nice to go back to that, because as human beings, if we don't have art in our lives, we become very rudimentarian. Did I say it right? And that is, art is what enhances an individual, and it makes it better, and it makes us look for better options in our lives. And I believe that this is regarding an impact fee that we're looking for the developers, even though if it's small, to support our arts and buildings. Now, the art, the way that the funds should be spent should be up to discuss in a public meeting in the council setting with the approval of the residents, and I think there is nothing wrong with that. And other cities that I visited, like Chandler, Arizona, and they have great venues there and theaters where they have their own symphonies, and people go and do all kinds of arts events in those areas, and we don't have that yet. So I think it's very good, the idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments from the public? Then let me come back to the dais.
I do have a
I apologize.
question.
Go ahead.
If this is an impact fee, then it has to be used exclusively for new art, I would take it. Not like, say, there was a piece of art that needed to be redone or something. Does this fall under the impact fee, sort of?
I don't think so. I think it's just a fee. Yep.
I'm not sure it's
Mr.
constricted
Danko,
that way.
it's just a fee, it's similar, you could say it's similar to an impact fee, but it's not the same as an
Not an
impact.
impact fee then?
Yes, sir.
Because we were calling it earlier an impact fee.
So I hate to do this.
Yeah.
Let me go way off the
Go ahead.
off the reservation here. Could these monies, forgive me, but be used to remove graffiti and stuff like that that sometimes adorns some of our areas?
No.
I don't think
No.
so, no.
Yeah. But as written in with communication workers staff, I don't think that was the intent.
Okay. It doesn't, the word history does, it is in the.
The history is
in the
in there.
motion. Very good. Okay. I retract my question. Okay, with that, any other comments? Then, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
Motion passes
Very good.
unanimously.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. We move now to the section on resolutions.
Oh, no, dude, absolutely. Yeah, great job.
We're at noon now. Does anybody need a break for 15 minutes or?
Mayor, I did not prepare for lunch
That's
today.
what I figured. That's why I'm just asking. Does anybody need a break or we'll keep plowing through it?
We may have some light celebratory refreshments after, but I do not have lunch.
Yeah, okay.
Lunch.
Cosmos for everybody.
Okay. All right, Counselor, H8, please.
Resolution 2024-XX approving the donation of surplus dirt.
So, Mayor, Our team is getting ready here. Just as a reminder, this presentation is for you because you adopted a residential drainage advisory committee. And part of their work was to, evaluate the current problem that we have with some of our issues in infill lots and generate some solutions that we can offer to those residents. And so Ms. Stansel is our chair of that committee, and she's alongside Ms. Stevens, our deputy director of stormwater and engineering, and they're here to present a possible solution for you to take action on today.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Donna Stansel. I was selected to be the chair of this committee the council has created, and we're here to give you some ideas about where we're at and where we're going. I'm the chair, like I said. We have Rich Cooper, who's vice chair, Mara Worth, who is the committee member, and Tony Amaral Jr., committee member, and Tracy Domke, which is a committee member, Jessica Voorhees, alternate committee member, who is in our room today. Our objectives we were formed in February 20th of 2024 by Resolution 2024-33. Our first meeting was held on June the 4th. We've had 8 meetings to date, and our objectives were investigate residential flooding issues and investigate potential solutions for funding those opportunities. And we did a lot of information gathering. At every meeting, we were bringing people in to talk to us about ideas that we could put forth. We explored FEMA grants. We had a presentation on the Community Block Grant Program, which included limitations for income. All residents should inquire about this eligibility. And we conferred to a lady by the name of Jackie Gonzalez, who's the city representative for the Community Block Grant Program. We had a presentation from the Palm Coast Urban Forestry Department, and we had a presentation by the Home Builders Association. One of the things that was a great big gift to our city, issues for this, came from Stevenson, Wilcox and Associates. We had a lot of properties. I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 properties that were affected by the stormwater drainage problem. 29 of them were identified as our priorities to move forward with. And Wilcox and Associates volunteered to give free surveys to the people for these 29 properties. And their 29 priorities were because the water was encroaching on these properties. And, Lynn might be able to describe that better than me.
So what we did, if you recall, when we gave our presentation in council back in February of this year, we categorized the investigation of the infill lots that we had visited. And the categories were where they had water reported inside the living space at that time, and there were 4 of those. And then we had 25 homes where water was very close to encroaching into the home. In other words, it was in the pool area very close to the threshold of coming into the home, or in a patio where it was very close to entering the home. And those were the 29 homes that we categorized as the top 2 priorities of our list of infill lot homes. So those are the ones that Mr. Wilcox stepped up and said, we will provide them free surveys. So we have given him those addresses. He and his company are in the process of performing those surveys. We contacted each of those 29 homeowners. We asked for their permission so that they knew that this was a free service to them. It was by a third-party company. It's not something done by the city. So they had to agree to that survey and allow them on their property to perform the information. Once these surveys are returned back to us, they're reviewed by the stormwater staff. They're provided to the committee members for review. And then we are beginning to invite each of those residents to the meeting, the next membership or the next committee meeting, to review those surveys and recommendations by Wilcox.
Lynn, can you just define survey? Is that a topographical survey?
Yes.
Okay.
And it also provided information about how drainage solutions could be improved on those properties to make their situations better.
The surveyor is doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was a gift to these 29 households. Each of those surveys were estimated to be in either $1,500 or more value to them that was no charge to them. Our recommendations is the fix is not one size fits all. Every property is different. Code enforcement action may be possible remedy. We have identified that there is clean dirt that the city has available that might be available to all Palm Coast residents, not just these 29, but they would need to be address verified so that we can identify the fact that if you were to allow us to use city clean dirt pile, they would have to verify that they actually live within the perimeters of Palm Coast, limit the amount of dirt that they can get, large quantities. I mean, how many truckloads can they get?
So we have limited to 5 cubic yards. We figure something larger than 5 cubic yards would really require mechanical equipment to spread that dirt on the private property, and therefore would trigger a regrade permit requirement.
Lynn, quick question.
Yes, sir.
What is 5 cubic?
5 cubic yards is about, oh gee, what can I equate it to?
Are we talking in the back of a dump truck or the back of a pickup truck, or
You
give me
could
something?
definitely put it in the back of a pickup truck.
In the back of a pickup truck?
Absolutely.
The load.
One dump load, yeah.
Yeah.
So the residents would be responsible for picking up this dirt and spreading it at their own cost and convenience. And they would have to be signing an agreement with the city, which is following that, the parameters that we've outlined for them to agree to take the dirt. So do we feel that we need to go over the details?
So I believe so, because this is part of the resolution. This is your exhibit on the resolution. So it's the agreement for the dirt donation. We would require the residents to fill this form out and understand the parameters of the program. In other words, they must be a resident of Palm Coast and show verification of that. They need to pick up the dirt. We will establish dates and times as to when that dirt would be available. We haven't done that yet. And again, the maximum that we would allow would be 5 cubic yards, because we believe that would trigger requiring a regrade permit. Resident is responsible to spread the dirt, so the city is not going to deliver or spread the dirt. Again, a grading permit issued by the city of Palm Coast may be required if machinery is used to spread the dirt on the resident's property. And that was just the outline of the parameters of the program. I understand the city has done this in the past where they have opened up a dirt donation to residents before. So this is not a new concept for us. The dirt, by the way, is dirt that the Stormwater Department has obtained by regrading the swales. So when we regrade the swales, we take that dirt by dump truck, we take it to our dirt site location, which is off of Old Kings Road, and we then screen that dirt and it becomes clean soil. And it would be that soil that we would make available for this program.
So does the surveyor or the resident have to verify the need, or is need not a component of the ask? Do we have like an unlimited amount of dirt that people can use?
So we did not put any caveat in there as for the need.
Okay.
But if we go to the next slide, this is some more of the agreement that the resident agrees to. In other words, that by signing this agreement, they certify that the dirt will not result in flooding adjacent lands. So we need to make sure that when they do put dirt on the property, they're not impacting adjacent land, that they don't block the existing drainage systems, whether it's natural or man-made, because we do have quite a bit of preserve area around. They are not allowed to destroy or the destruction of existing drainage systems, whether it's natural or man-made, and that includes their drainage system on their own property. If you recall, most residential houses are designed to have that horseshoe swale around the property to get the water from the back of the property to the front of the property. Erosion of the fill or disturbed materials onto adjacent lands or environmentally sensitive areas is also prohibited, as well as the inadequate on-site drainage in the vicinity to any existing structure. So we want to make sure that they're not going to create a problem where they're putting water in their home by raising the back of the property, and that the dirt must be used on the property that's identified in the agreement. So they can't just get dirt and use it for everybody in the neighborhood. Not that I think anybody would, but. And then, of course, the release and authorization just holds the city harmless for the use of the dirt.
So our next steps would be to get your approval to offer the free dirt to the residents of Palm Coast in addition to the 29 residents or anybody that wasn't identified as flood issues. And we are continuing to get the surveys, and one by one once we get the surveys, we're reviewing them in the committee, and then we're inviting the homeowners to come into the committee so that we can go over those surveys with them and make sure that they understand that this was a free donation from Wilcox and Associates. And then we're ongoing. We still have surveys coming in. So we've determined that once we invite the people to come in and get the surveys, if they, for some reason, don't show up after a second attempt, then we will close their case. That's the end of our slideshow. And so the question is that can we get an approval from the City Council to approve the dirt donation offer to not only the people that are affected by the flooding, but it has to be open to all Palm Coast residents. And we're not certain that there's going to be a big demand for this, but at least we want to put the ask through for you, and then it'll be communicated, I think, through Palm Coast Connect and so forth, letting residents know that that is available to them if they, can have the means to agree to the document we showed earlier, and also to get the dirt and spread it themselves within the legal parameters.
So first, I'm fine with the free dirt. Okay.
I'm sorry?
I'm fine with free dirt. That's
Okay.
fine. That's great. And I want to thank you and your committee for dealing with this issue. It's been very, very difficult, as we all know. I'm just curious, since you're here, what else have you guys managed to do or not do? Or can you give us a little background as to where you're at with your committee?
Well, in addition to the surveys and the dirt offers, we visited with the Palm Coast Urban Forestry Division, and they have come up with some ideas for drainage, being able to put in certain trees or shrubs in areas that flood, that would not encroach on neighbors, but would also help with drainage on their property. And is what.
So I think a big part of what the committee has done is they've looked at a lot of different alternatives for financial aid for the residents, and what can and can't be done by the city forces. So that's been a big point. Public education has been another big point of the committee. They've been very active in becoming educated themselves in how the system works and the impacts and what the issues are with these properties.
The other thing that we found out that is the community block grant program, if they are qualified based upon their income, this is eligible not to just the people who were identified by the Stormwater Department who have flooding issues. Anybody who has, home destruction that needs to have fixes to their home, even roofs, they can go to this community block grant program and get help.
So have any of our residents been able to get help from that for this flooding issue?
So we met with one resident this past Thursday night. He came in and we reviewed his survey with him. And we referred them over to Jackie Gonzalez, our city liaison, for the community block grant. And we're hoping that they will apply. I can't force them to apply. If you're not familiar, the Community Development Block Grant is a loan program. It's really not a grant. It's a loan program. It is up to, I believe, $50,000. There's also a SHIP program, done SHIP with a P, done through the county, which is another program that's available to residents. There are income restrictions. We felt that this particular resident that we met with last Thursday may just qualify for some of that. This program is a 10-year payback, so it's zero interest. It's a zero interest loan up to $50,000 if they qualify based on income. It's zero interest loan. After 5 years, the loan starts to drop in amount by 20% per year. And at the end of 10 years, if the resident is still in the home, the loan is 100% forgiven.
So,
And if I'm not mistaken, if the resident for some reason has to leave that home or move, the lien is still in effect when somebody sells a home, but it is forgiven at the end of 10 years.
So another question, one of my hopes with this committee, when we first established it, was that we would be able to get some of our home builders, some of our businesses, to step forward and help some of our residents out of the goodness of their hearts. You know, whether it's sub pumps or drainage, French drains, whatever. Each property I know is very different, obviously. Have we had any luck from our home builders community?
So we met with the Home Builders Association. I think that might be something that the committee should further investigate, is pursuing that a little further. Mr. Wilcox was the first one to step up to the plate. I think the rest of the builders are kind of waiting to see what is their resolution. And once we get some of these surveys back, and again, we've only received 6 of the 29 surveys back. So once we get some more of those surveys back, we'll be able to reapproach the Home Builders Association and some of the builders in the area to see if that's an option.
We have some decent people in that community, no doubt, and I would certainly hope that you could encourage them to step up and make a contribution. They could probably write it off on their taxes, whatever, but just helping one neighbor, helping another, I think is part of why we established this. So I wish you luck going forward, and I want to thank you for what you've done so far. It's a difficult situation.
Well, the home builders that we met with had some concerns about helping with some of these homes, because if they were to attempt to fix a problem for the homeowner, they then own the problem. And that's a concern for these people, that they might get themselves into a bind by doing something like this.
There would have to be some kind of legal exemption, sort of, you know, if you accepted their help, I think. That's a reasonable thing
Yeah,
to
that's what their
hand
concerns
out.
were, though. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you for the work that you've done on this, and thank you to the committee as a whole. I know it's a volunteer committee, so I appreciate you guys. And thank you, Lynn, as well, for being the liaison for the city and the committee. The only thing that I would like to add to the agreement, underneath B, parameters of the program, if we can add a number 6 that says that the dirt will be for personal use only and not for resale. I would hate to think that people would do that, but I wouldn't put it past anybody either. So if we could add that, or if I could get consensus from council to add that, just so that we know that this is not being abused, and it's going to the personal use to improve these people's properties.
We can't do that, Nick, huh?
Well, I mean, if you do that, right to jail, honestly, right to jail immediately, I think. But I would just say thank you very much for your involvement on our committee. Thank you for both of this, Stansel, Mr. and Mrs., for your involvement in our community. I think I was speaking to another member of the group, and I think the surveys are huge, and I think that was a tremendous component to this, and I think that made a lot of people happy and feel like there's going to be progress, because once you have a survey and the additional intelligence comes back, however you want to say this, for potential improvements, I think that's really big. So I was really happy to hear those accomplishments. So I just want to say thank you, and I support the Free Dirt Initiative, but thank you for what you guys do.
having those surveys, I think, will offset a great deal of the overall cost of fixing the problem in their home.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You have my support.
Thank you. Our committee is ongoing. We have not completed our task, and right now we are just here to keep you apprised of what's going on with our committee and ask that you would approve the distribution of dirt with the changes that you've requested.
I think generally speaking, you have everyone's, endorsement on this. And just to clarify, we expect the surveys to offer some descriptive information on how the dirt could be applied so that it remedies the problem for those issues that it's going to remedy, because it's, as you said, every property is unique, and some properties it's not going to be effective. So it will have those kind of instructions?
It has to be explained to the resident.
Yeah.
But yes, if the resident is going to use a grading company, this would be the document they would provide the company to come in and
The
grade
information
it
that's
back.
necessary, great, wonderful. And Counselor, I guess, because we're going to get to this sooner or later, I guess it could follow a motion, but in terms of monetary relief for homeowners that have had an issue, it was briefly or casually mentioned in your introduction. Where is that, or where can that go or not go? So financial relief for property owners that have experienced water intrusion.
I don't have the facts to have an answer on that, unfortunately.
And that would be case by case,
I
or
mean,
there's
fact
no
specific.
general?
And that's if, this is the solution, like, hopefully it is a solution, but it would be facts by facts scenario.
Okay. All right, so that would be an ongoing discussion, I guess, within your committee?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, very good. All right, in advance of a motion, let's open it up to the public. Anybody want to comment on this initiative, or this presentation at this time?
Jeremy Davis, P section. Free dirt, thank you. 5 cubic yards. You've been to my home, you know that's not going to help me. It's hilarious, again. Thank you for trying. Yeah. Man. This is a waste of my time. Y'all have wasted nothing but my time. Because we all know the damn problem. There's a 4-foot home foundation higher next to me. You think 5 cubic yards of dirt's going to help? They already gave me free dirt. Do I need more free dirt? No. And I got to get a permit to regrade, but they didn't get a permit to grade my yard when they messed up, right? Again, no accountability. Thank you again for this bullshit committee, sorry. It's ridiculous. I shouldn't have to come up here every damn meeting and ask for y'all to help of something that y'all created by signing off on the approval of the property next to me. Each and every one of you know that's wrong. When you stood at my house, Mayor, you knew that was wrong. That's why you had Jason write the variance for my 8-foot fence. I used to have a 4-foot fence because I enjoyed looking at my neighbors. Unfortunately, I can't look at my neighbors anymore. I have my own little private compound. But none of y'all give a shit about me at all. Nobody has been accountable for none of this. The only thing that has caused all of this is y'all raising the land. If you want higher homes, put them on stilts. There's the damn solution. It didn't take me years to figure that out. We do it out on the coast. If that's what y'all want to do, that's what you do here. You don't just bring in dirt. Where do you think the water's going to go? It goes somewhere. It's called water displacement. And here I'm not even a scientist, and I can figure that shit out. It's amazing. Very, very, very amazing how I can figure that out, and none of y'all can figure it out. So simple. But yet we just sit here and kick the damn can around here. We get a committee, ask for grants that you want me to take a damn loan out to help for the problem that y'all created. That's some funny shit too. Like I said, y'all are testing my damn patience. Come up with real solutions. Real solutions.
Yes, ma'am.
Celia Puglisi in Palmco since 91. First of all, I have to take my hat out to Mrs. Stansel here because they're trying to do everything they can. But what they're doing, unfortunately, the guidance that they might be receiving from the responsibles of allowing these houses to be built higher is not what they really need. I am not an engineer, but we helped build our own house, 3,000 square feet up in New Jersey, Freedom Township, on 5 acres. And I know that this dirt solution is just for these people. I give you the dirt, you do all the work, transportation, and it's not gonna work, but you sign me free of responsibility, hold you harmless. This is not the solution for these people. This gentleman, I see the pictures of the water, the dirt coming into his pool. This is a responsibility of the city when they did approve the survey 24156 C and D. They were supposed to do approve or not approve, and they approved. The builder that built a house is responsible to do the proper drainage. Why isn't that able to be enforced now? It won't cost them a fortune. It won't, but they will be able to to build the proper drainage with a corrugated pipe underground with the proper pitch towards the street. And that doesn't cost a fortune. And why are we giving in to greed? These people is trying to do all they can, and it's not sufficient. And I can see it now that this is not going to work. You are putting on the back of these already affected homeowners the whole cost and work of doing that. And you know what? I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to work. A mound won't work. The only thing that will work is a proper pipe underground, not that much underground, just barely over leveled properly towards where the water is supposed to go. And that's what they have to do. So this is not going to resolve these people's problems. And it's all due my respect to Mrs. Stansel and some of the people, except one, the Builders Association, on that committee, that these people is working, trying to do whatever they can. But the Builders Association will not help these people. And this is what the Builders Association should be doing, talking to the builders that build those homes and have resolved the issue. Thank you.
Well, we certainly appreciate the experience of the surveyors and bringing all of that intellectual knowledge forward that they've worked on for many years in the hopes that they can provide a plan that will, satisfy hopefully a large number of those properties. I have great confidence in their ability, so I appreciate your building that relationship with them. That's really very nice and generous of them to have offered that.
I would like to give a great deal of credit to Lynn Stevens. She has been the center of our ability to bring people into the committee, and she deserves a great deal of thanks for this.
Very good.
Lynn, I just have a question. I want to make sure we clarify something. With our new rules, this can never happen again, right?
So we do have the new technical manual,
Right.
which will not allow those houses to be built more than 10 inches higher than the houses next door.
Right. So it's the problem in the past, not going forward, and I want to make sure people understand that. I also want to make sure people understand that none of us up here approve every single house that's built in the city. So that failure is something that happened that we were all literally caught off guard on, unfortunately. But we do have a problem out there, And as we've heard from Mr. Davis, he's very frustrated. I don't blame him. If I had water coming into my house and my pool, in that situation, I would be frustrated. I know the mayor was frustrated when he went out there to see it. So, your committee moving forward, I would like to see whatever else we can do to solve this problem for each individual that's facing it. And it may be expensive, and it may be up to Ms. Pontieri and you, Charlie, going down the road dealing with this situation. But I do think we do have an obligation to fix what's broken here, because it is broken. And you can see the frustration in that man every time he comes in here, and I'd be frustrated too. I think we all would be frustrated if it was happening to us. So I'm hoping, moving forward with the new council and your committee, that you can come up with some really major sort of steps forward to fix those problems permanently, because it's people's homes. It's where they live. So the frustration for any of us would be the same, without a doubt. So it's a big task.
We're still looking for other solutions, but this is what we have so far.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, having the dirt, I'm not certain that very many people will participate in that. But at least that will give them a way to backfill some things if they don't go out of the boundaries.
I get it, but I think some of these homes are going to require a much bigger fix, an expensive fix probably. But we just can't let people hang out there, and turn our backs.
Well, with the community block grant offer, that might help people solve that problem, because the community block grant program would pay for all of it. And they told us that it was about a 6-month process to go through it. So provided they meet the income guidelines, then those people could get some help.
Yep, that's a good step, but, consider those people that may not meet those income deadlines. Why should they have to reach into their own pockets to fix a problem they didn't create? I don't think any of us would want to do it.
Yeah, I agree, but,
So
we don't have, at the moment, we don't have resources to be able to help everybody. Sure. So we're doing the best we can to help those that we can help.
Yeah, but I'm hoping you can get the building community, to step up further now and maybe provide some of those resources.
We can keep
certainly
trying.
would get a lot of credit from the public for doing that, without a doubt. It would certainly be good PR for them, be good, marketing for them. It'd just be doing a good thing for your neighbor. So I would approach it like that if it was me. But thank you. Thank you.
Okay, with that, the direction you're looking for is approval for the distribution, not the distribution, but the offer of the dirt as a complement to the surveyor's instructions or directions. Okay.
With that one caveat that
Correct.
you can't.
With the caveat that it be used for,
It's in the
right.
resolution.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for
Okay.
approval.
So just, you gotta,
Approval with the additional caveat that you can't sell the dirt.
right, okay. So we have a motion to approve the
Free dirt.
free dirt, I will call it. Okay, I can't think of a better way to say it.
Sounds like the name of a rock band.
Is there
in the 70s.
is there a second?
Second.
And I have a second from Councilman Gambaro. Any other discussion? Counselor, anything we have to add to that motion? Is that clear enough?
That is clear.
Okay, then all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The clerk has
Leslie.
to, okay, thank you. Counselor, if you would bring in number H9, please. Read it in for us.
Resolution 2024-XX approving proposed updates and changes to current debt policy.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Helena Alves, your Financial Services Director. So this is a follow-up to the presentation of October 8th, where we had bond counsel here presenting changes to the current debt policy. There were 2 follow-up items requested by council. One of those was updating the backloading to be fixed interest only, and that change is reflected on page 2 of the updated policy. No, sorry, page 4 of the updated policy. The other change was to help add verbiage to prioritize debt structures within current existing rates. And bond counsel found that that would fit under pledged revenues, and that language has been added on page 2. Do we have any questions regarding the proposed
Just
updates?
Give us a second. Any questions here? Councilman Cliff, is there any questions on the debt policy from our ask at the last, I guess, was it our last meeting or the meeting before? I forget.
It was October 8th, actually.
Is that adequately? Councilman? Okay. Is there some direction that you're asking
Yes, I would seek approval of the resolution for the update.
with those changes?
That is correct.
Okay, so then I would ask for a motion.
I'll make that motion to approve.
Vice Mayor has made a motion to approve the resolution which reflects City Council's correct changes at the last meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we need a public comment for that.
I'm sorry, did I miss that? Yes. So let me take that back. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment and I'll repeat. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Very good, thank you. Councilor, does that
Thank you.
fill us in? Good, okay. So we'll now move down to...
Mayor, if I
Yes,
could just interrupt you for
please.
one moment.
Uh-huh.
I have an appointment that I have to go to. I had
Okay.
no idea we were going to be here this late.
Understood.
On this last thing, as far as the John Netz Community Center,
Would you like me to move that up in the order real quick or not?
It's on. Right
yeah,
now,
I
James
just
is-
want to, I have to go.
No, yeah, but-
I'll just leave you guys with my thoughts on this very quickly, if I could.
Would you like us to address it and I can move it in the agenda real quick? Because I think it would be inappropriate to...
James is presenting on it now.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Well,
If
he's
we
got-
change the agenda or not?
No, we are.
No, we're already on it, but I have to go, is what
Oh,
I'm saying.
okay,
So I just wanted to my thoughts, whatever you guys decide to do, you do. I honestly am not big on naming buildings. I said that before, or naming anything. But I might suggest that this, just a suggestion, you guys hash it out, that this becomes a ballot issue, that we let the public decide things like this. That's just my 2 cents, and I'm going to leave it there. But I have to go.
Okay.
It's been great. It hasn't been real great, but I'll see you, Councilman
Greatly
Danko.
real.
Thank you, absolutely.
We'll talk, Nick.
See you
All
later.
right.
Take care, buddy.
Clerk, just make a note. James, please.
Okay, good afternoon, James Hurst, Parks and Recreation Director. So today's presentation is...
And I'm sorry, did we read that resolution in yet?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No. Please do.
All right, Resolution 2024-XX, renaming the Palm Coast Community Center to the John Netz Community Center.
Thanks, Marcus. Presentation is for renaming the Palm Coast Community Center to the John Netz Community Center. Just for those who are new on the council, the city has a policy that was drafted in 2020, 2021 for nominations to name city facilities, but more like parks, streets, sidewalks, pavements, things like that. And so what tend to happen is the city manager or myself will get a nomination form. We will then put it on the BEAC agenda, and then the BEAC approves it to come to city council for their final approval. So quickly, just a couple of Examples, we renamed the sidewalk from Palm Harbor, European Village to Cimarron after Al, and then we renamed the Pine Lakes Parkway, the trail there, we named that the Shirley Chisholm Trail. So this is just another extension on top of this one. I won't go through all this, but I'm sure we'd be here for hours on what Mr. Netz's achievements, but he was a mayor for 9 years and part of the city council for 6. And he also in 2021 did serve as an interim city council member. He's been appointed to, I think, all kinds of boards. He was appointed by Governor Jeb Bush at the time, Governor Charlie Crist, and then also he was a big part in the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. And then he was recognized twice as Citizens of the Year for the Palm Coast Elks Lodge. Here would be just a quick concept design of what it will look like at the community center. So it'd just be that sign that faces Palm Coast Parkway going westbound. That's right there at the intersection. And then, yeah, just looking for approval by City Council to rename the community center the John Netz Community Center.
May I make a comment? I think I was a thorn in the side of this process when we did it a year or two ago. I forget how long ago it was. I'm not opposed, but here's the problem. I'm trying to listen and learn. And listening to the public is obviously the mantra for today and for the future. So the one part that I think I failed or we failed to include in the process when we last discussed this process, because we didn't really have a formal process before. And I think the thing that's still missing is there's really no outreach that I'm aware of, general outreach to the community, to get the community's input as to, is this something that the community favors? Because, things like this are not, I don't think, are done for the individual, because the individual probably, doesn't, it's not the legacy piece. It's how does the community view either what has been done, the individual, the thing, and all of that. And I'm not trying to complicate it. I'm struggling with lack of outreach. I'm not sure the ballot is the right way, but at the very least, some form of very general, what's the word I'm looking for? Survey.
Okay.
That would give city council and or the committee probably an indication as to, is the public on board for this?
Yeah.
That's just a thought that I had, and I'm sorry it's a day late and dollar short. I should have probably made this comment back when we last did this, but I don't know. How do y'all feel about it?
Well, I think it's an interesting proposition because a lot of the people who are here today don't understand how instrumental John was to the formation of our city and how he served this community relentlessly. Literally since I moved here, John has been a cornerstone. He's the reason that we're sitting in the city hall right now. Honestly, the public...
Linear Park too.
The park, exactly right. I mean, John, his legacy is he's a man of, words can't describe him, and he's a tremendous human being. He's, an emergency first responder up in Princeton, New Jersey, where he's from. His legacy goes on, but I would feel remiss if we didn't acknowledge John in a way that, not everyone knows because they're new here, but he was so instrumental to the formation of our city and getting us to the point where we're at now. I think it's our responsibility as individuals who have seen that legacy and have been in it, and I've had the privilege of serving with John on this board, amazingly enough. I feel that I would love to honor John in this regard, and I think it's it's up to us to be able to say, this John deserves this, and because of his actions, I don't think John would want to put his name on this. I think he'd want to put something more water-based, honestly. But he came up with clean, green, serene, and also marine. And John Netz also told us if we don't know where we're going, any road's going to get us there. He's a man of vision, and I think this is something that's appropriate. And I can't say enough great things about John. May he rest in peace.
So it is Norwood, New Jersey. So I know him from the late 1970s, so a very long time ago. Would you consider letting the committee, quite frankly, this should be not just a survey, but there's a marketing component, and I'll tell you why, because you're right, with so many new people coming to the area, they would have no idea what his accomplishments are. And I think that's even reflected today. I think a great number of our residents probably don't know any of this. Sure. Would you allow the committee the opportunity to educate the residents on who this person is to win their support and endorsement approval? Because I hate to move forward with something that you're going to get a lot of pushback on, because then it's kind of like a black eye. That's what's bothering me.
May I just like to touch on something? Something that we thought about at the community center too was once, if this was approved, we would have, at the moment we have kind of like some pictures and some displays of the history of Palm Coast, and this is something we thought maybe we could do for a couple of months or to a year, have something with Mr. Nets at the community center in our historic area in the building that could help educate any of these residents as well. So.
And I think that's a really, really hard ask, is to go out there and market somebody who's not here anymore, may rest in peace, but also somebody who may not be in our community anymore. But I guarantee you, nobody who moves into our community today knows who Ralph Carter is.
No, I accept that. And the only other thing the other hurdle I'm trying to get over is, does this open the floodgate to a whole stack of naming requests?
I already have dibs on the Southern Recreation Center, so.
So Mayor, that's actually my concern, is this is not personal to Mr. Nets at all. It wouldn't matter whose name we were talking about, in my opinion. I have a very objective opinion that we should not be naming buildings of this magnitude after individuals. And the reason for that is it's 5 people sitting on this board naming something pretty substantial in our community. I'm all for honoring him and what he's done for our community. I have a question. What do we call the current rooms inside the community center right now, the meeting
So we
rooms?
have the Sunshine Room is the big one, 112. And then we have the Waterfront Room, which is by the retention pond, Hometown Room. And then the Exploration Room is the small rooms. So the old 101, the old building, the old council chambers, that's the Hometown Room, yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe we can do something smaller on that scale, where we named maybe the larger meeting room after Mayor Net, something to honor him. But I think as a policy, we should just not be naming big buildings like this after individuals. You're always going to have people in the community who favor it or don't favor it. And I'm not really so much influenced by that. It's more just, everybody should be able to enjoy the community center. And so to name it after somebody that maybe certain people in the community didn't feel like they were serviced by his policymaking, as I'm sure there are people in the community who disagree with policies that all of us have made up here in one way or the other. So I'm not in favor of this. I'm in favor of honoring him and others who have also contributed to our community like this, just not in this way.
So, Mayor, if I can, staff is following your adopted public naming policy that City Council adopted in September of 2021. So if you are looking to revise that policy by resolution, we would need to revisit the policy and the process. But the application that you have before you today is following that process that was adopted by City Council.
Councilman?
Yes, thank you, Acting City Manager. I was actually going to hit that point because there's concerns here, and if that's the case, we have to rewrite our policy, because the resolution totally allows for it. Mm-hmm. It absolutely does. And so, I mean, are we ready to rewrite this policy to meet kind of the newer consensus from a previous city council moving forward? Listen, I love John Nets too. I worked with him when I was on the school board, right? We got a lot of great things done, and he was an advocate for our school district. But if it's, I'm more concerned right now on the process. And if we are truly going to try to revisit it, then we need to go do that, and then come back and take a look at this, because I mean, So you're talking, so the objectives of our policy says city parks, facilities, recreational areas, streets, municipal buildings, and specialized areas easily identified and located. And we've done this, right? Ralph Carter Park, next to where I live, right, was probably passed under this policy. I mean, can you answer that question?
It was way before the policy.
Say again?
It was before the policy.
That was before policy?
Yeah, I think, what, 2007 or something?
Right, we
When Pop was
established the
built.
policy because we were starting to get requests and we didn't have a process surrounding it. So we took the policy to city council and they adopted it.
Okay, and the different areas within the park next to Indian Trails, you know, the school there, right? Frank Meeker, who also, you know, we all served with in one capacity, and others. Was that passed under this policy?
Well, that was the county.
The county.
That was the county,
Frank
okay.
is also
So
a great man.
So is there an interest in tabling in terms of updating this, what is this, this resolution? Ordinance, I guess?
I'm a big fan of John Netz,
Yep.
and I want to see him get his due recognition,
Okay.
without a doubt. And I'll be here to help, you know, shepherd that with Councilwoman Pontieri.
I fear
But-
that may not happen, though.
You don't think so?
I'm just being honest. Just just being absolute honest in my heart of hearts, I don't know if that'll happen, and I think this might be one of the last opportunities to do something like this, to be honest, and I'm just saying that from my heart. No political reasoning at all. I don't know, Ms. Pontieri, wasn't here to enjoy John Netz's.
I wasn't.
I mean, she did, you know, and I don't think many of the future council members, I don't want to speak for them, but I fear. That's just my 2 cents. I would be
Was
remiss if John-
Councilman Pontieri's suggestion of a room in the building, was that get you in terms of a
I like the
legacy?
idea. I like the idea of John being John Ness Community Center. That's
okay.
I like that idea.
Okay.
So the question is,
Yes.
do we approve this with our current
Well,
policy?
no, the question on the table is, yeah, we're either going to approve it, we're going to vote on this.
Or do we table it and review the
That would
policy?
depend on the motion.
Well, there's no motion yet.
The other thing too is also my position would be we have these phenomenal centers like this community center. This is one of the first things I voted on 8 years ago, and it's transformative. That old place was a bunker. There's no windows, no nothing, and we have these beautiful facilities. I think that these are things that, and this is just my take, that we should be naming for, you know, founding members of our community or things like that. Don't shy away from, you know, being bold. Bold people make bold moves, and I think that if we say, hey, no longer are we going to have names on anything, then we lose a little bit of our, you know, resilience thing.
Because the next thing on the list is sooner or later it's going to be this building. I mean, I can feel it already, and I can just imagine, you know, the lineup of names that many or all of whom may be very deserving. I'm not one to be able to decide how to do such a thing. All right, well, I'll open up for, unless there's other comment right now. I think I got everybody's gist on this public comment. Celia? Go easy.
Celia Puglisi, 91 Cents in Palm Coast. I have to disagree, Mr. Mayor, with Mr. Klufas when he says, we have this, thank you to Mr. Netz. You know, we had a referendum on which the people voted not yet, not forever, but not yet. We are not financially capable yet to have this. There was a referendum. We voted by landslide no to the city council, and Mr. Netz built it anyway. Mr. Netz wanted to have, in the first meeting I was in the city council attending, he wanted to have a business off his saltwater front. And I was the person that stood up there, and I said, who is this new person here that for the first time requests to have from a seawall that is built just for us to go to the Intracoastal, to have a business with storage, fuel and everything there. Oh, we don't know. Finally, I demanded to know, and I said, oh, well, it's Mr. Netz. He's absent today. You know, he wanted to do things like that. And also, the problems that we have in Florida Park Drive with all this traffic today was originated by his administration and with the approval of Mr. Di Lorenzo to close Forest Grove and delete all those 5,000 cars into what is today Florida Park Drive, and many more other things. If you look at social media, you're going to see how many people oppose Mr. Nets, this community center to be called John Nets. And the suggestion of Mrs. Ponchieri is a great suggestion, because also is the cost to the taxpayers. Do you mind, give me a number how much that monument is going to cost to all of us? Not only the monument, all the letterheads and everything that is used in the community center and everything that is named in the community center to be changed to be called John Nets Community Center. Imagine how much is the cost. Could you tell me how much is the cost to us, the taxpayers? We're denying monies to be spent in Florida Park Drive for people to save their lives from this traffic that is crazy coming in there, and it's going to get worse with Wawa now. But we are proposing this expenditure, this monument for this community center. We like the community center to be called Community Center. Call him on a park, on another, but she is right. It's going to be very expensive to start putting names in all these places. When they started the building, in the administration building in the county, they wanted to put their names there. You know who opposed those names? I still have the letters to them and to the media. And I oppose that monument in the Taj Mahal to be called the names of the 5 commissioners. I said, dedicate that to our veterans and our armed forces and our veterans. And that's why that building today reads that way. So please don't start calling names to the building.
Thank you. All right, if there's any additional comment?
Mayor, if I can, I just wanted to refresh City Council's memory bank on how we got here, right? So this actually was a City Council strategic action plan priority for staff to provide an inventory of potential facilities according to our public renaming policy in honor of Mayor Nets. So it started out as your SAP. We adopted the policy, and then there's been several great, from the policy, several great things that have happened through it, like the Al Cryer Trail, the Shirley Chisholm Trail, the Jim Canfield Museum, the Art Dyke Research Center, and the Doug Berryhill Field. So that's how the policy kind of came out of inception, was through your strategic action plan. So just wanted to provide that little bit of history for you.
I mean, I think the Al Pryor path is a tremendous accomplishment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And
It's also a trail. It's just different in magnitude, that's all. And I get Mayor Netz's magnitude maybe obviously more than Mr. Cryer's.
But naming things is still tomato, tomato.
All right, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move.
I think we have more public comment, though.
Oh, are you, public comment? Go ahead.
Bruce Stone, 70 Woods. I wasn't here when Mr. Nets ran the city, but I heard through a lot of people he was not the best. So when you got someone who is 88 years old and a citizen, walking the streets, riding his bike, and I'm referring to Al Care, you put a plaque in an area of some Palm Coast that no one goes by. Nobody. No one walks underneath that bridge. And this man broke his back, ringing doorbells. I'll never forget when he knocked on my door, he said, Bruce, what do you do for a living? I said, I have my own company. I basically trade muni bonds on Wall Street. I'm busy in the morning. I have my answers by the afternoon. I'm free for the day. Good. Knock on doors with me. We knocked on more doors than anybody else. 2 old people. So before you give it to a previous employee that got paid by the city, I think you should think of it, taking Al's plaque and moving it over to the community center, where he'll really be recognized. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other public comment? Yes, sir.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. What do you think John Nets would say? Would you think he would say, give this money back to the community to help with the infrastructure? I'm just asking, what would he do? What would he do? You know, we're looking at it, and we're looking at, the city needs a lot of things, but, I don't know what the money would cost to do this. But our city is hurting in the infrastructure and other areas. So what do you think John Nett would do? Think about that. What would he do? Thank you.
Is there any other public comment at this time? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. James, you had a comment?
Yeah, sorry, I was just gonna, really quick, what we're looking at is just only changing this sign here. Nothing on the building or anything, it's just this one that you see on the parkway. It needs to be updated anyway, because we do have the old logo there, and we are looking, you know, we'll have to have the new logo on there as well. So just to not create more confusion or anything, we're just looking of replacing and putting the name on this sign that you see on the screen.
Is there any ballpark on how many hundreds of thousands of dollars that would cost?
I think it was like it was a couple of hundred to 1,000. I think it was. It wasn't crazy.
Yeah, are we done with public comment? I would move to approve the resolution renaming the Palm Coast Community Center to the John Nutz Community Center.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? So, hearing no second, then the motion will fail.
I will make a motion to name the large meeting room, what is it, is it the Sunshine Room?
Sunshine, yeah.
The Sunshine Room after John Nett's in his memory, and along with that motion, I would say that if there is some type of plaque stating his years of service and maybe some of his larger accomplishments, that be placed in that room in some type of, I don't know where a nice place would be to center it.
We can find a place.
Yeah,
Crazy thing is, though, I don't know how many other people have the magnitude of John Nett's, and that's the crazy thing, is that without being here to experience John Nett's, I don't know if we're going to have a future where somebody can ever meet those type of requirements. So in the future, you may have to revisit this whole renaming thing, because if we look at it in like an honest scale, very few people have been. And because of where we are as a city now, we have 100,000 people. There's very few individuals who were such a founding community member.
I don't disagree with you, and I know I wasn't here, but I do know about his accomplishments, and I think he's a very accomplished person. It's the objective concept in itself that I have an objection to. So I hear you, I do, but that's my motion.
Okay, so there's a motion, so I'll ask if there's a second to that motion.
Is this really, but is this following our guidelines?
So, actually, it is not.
Well, we're not renaming a building. I don't know if, I'm just trying to get us somewhere.
No, I hear you.
I'm happy to fill out a form and do it the right way if that's council's pleasure. To Councilman Clufus's point, you know, if there's a genuine fear that we might not get there somewhere for him, I want to prevent that, that's all.
Okay, so we have had a motion, we voted on the motion failed. The second motion, I think, is not, it doesn't follow our guidelines right at this time. So, additional direction to staff, would you like to, Counselor, you're giving me a funny look there?
So I'm just trying to go along and look at a solution here. I'm not so sure
It's cool, I got like a million minutes.
I'm not so sure it technically does not follow the guidelines. I think in this way, and
Well, wait, the guidelines, I think, just help me with this. Is it a committee?
Is it a committee?
No, it's the beautification.
Beautification committee, yeah.
Committee was to bring forward a suggestion, which they did, and we voted on. So I'm not sure, I mean, are we okay just to override it without, I mean,
It's a recommendation by the BEAC for council to approve.
Are we okay to just override that recommendation? I mean, if we are, then I apologize.
I would have to look to see like how you guys set that up. Is there some type of resolution ordinance says, hey, it has to come from them. Because in theory, then you would have to say, hey, we're going to override it on this one specific area to do that. So,
I don't, quite honestly, I don't know that I want to set a precedent to do that either. So I'll withdraw the motion, and we'll look to bring this back with the new council.
Okay. That's, I think, where we're at. All right. And I appreciate your efforts, both of you, Councilman, to revisit this and understand Councilman Clufus, and quite frankly, my own understanding of the history, the significant piece of history that the gentleman represents for the history of Palm Coast, which is, we don't have all that much history, so he's a fairly significant component to the relatively short number of years that we've been a city. So if you would, bring it forward for that discussion, I certainly would appreciate that. Thank you.
And just to answer Steve Carr's question, what would John Netz say? I think John Netz would say, give it to somebody else who deserves it. I think that's also part of the reason why John Netz was so deserving of it. Yeah.
All right, good. I appreciate hearing that. Good answer. Thank you. All right, James, thank you. With that, we'll move to consent. Jason, did you have something you had to bring in
Jason
now?
has a presentation. There's still one more item, Mayor.
It's quick.
What am I missing? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
So Resolution 2024-XX approving a donation of surplus equipment to the city of Bunnell.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Jason DiLorenzo, Chief of Staff. From your backup, you saw that we got a request from the city of Bunnell for some equipment that would help them make their operation more efficient. So we reviewed the items that they were looking for, which included these 7 items: a dump truck, a sweet streeper, a vac truck, an excavator, a bucket truck, a turbine blower, and a riding edger. Fleet went and looked at those requests and saw to see what we had available and the condition of it. The dump truck, we have a Mack dump truck that was planned for a replacement. You already approved that replacement. The street sweeper, we recently replaced. So we won't have another one available for 7 to 10 years. We sold a vac truck at auction on September the 23rd. We do have a small excavator that was planned for replacement in fiscal year 25. Our bucket truck was broken and not of value to them, and the other 2 items we currently don't have. So this is the dump truck. It's asset number 1621. As I mentioned, it was already planned for replacement, has 110,000 miles on it and an estimated auction value of $40,000. And this is the excavator, asset number 2032, with an estimated residual value of $15,000 to $20,000. And this resolution asks you to authorize the city manager to surplus the donated assets to the city of Bunnell.
Questions from City Council?
Do we get any draft picks or anything in the trade, or how's that?
Draft picks, yes, sir, yeah.
We have dirt, too. You can tell them we have dirt.
Good one. Councilman Gambaro.
Yeah, just a couple questions. Just first, one comment. I had the opportunity to spend some time with Matt and his team down at the DPW yard, and I'm very comfortable with the process that you guys utilize to assess the equipment as to whether or not it's uneconomical to repair, and are you reaching a point in the utilization of that piece of equipment that you can't even get an auction value out of it. Now these auction values, are they what we hope to get, right? Doesn't mean that's what we're going to get. The other comment that I'd like to make is, when I served in Afghanistan, I was in charge of $1 billion of NATO surplus that we donated to our NATO partners of stuff that was coming to the end use of their life. But to that partner nation, it was extremely beneficial because they just don't have the budget. What's the city of Bunnell's budget? 65 million?
61.
$61 million. And so I see this as an opportunity to help somebody in our our governmental community, because if they don't have these assets, either the county or we are going to have to help them out. They need it down the road, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so And both, I just want to make sure both of these pieces of equipment are at the end use of their life. I mean, it's not like, they may work for what, another year or two, or?
They've already gone through the evaluation process, and they are being replaced. The next step would be auction or donation.
Okay, do we get any sort of credit, tax credit, anything from the donation?
I don't believe so.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could look to the, and I agree with you, the collaborative efforts and the opportunity that exist between Bunnell and the city of Palm Coast in the future could be rewarding, I think, in the long term.
You get the credit of goodwill.
Okay, well, I'm very comfortable with this because I've dealt in billions of dollars of donating and seen the net effect to our teammates, and the city of Bunnell is our teammate here in the county, so I'm comfortable with this. Thank you.
Mayor, in my haste, I should have mentioned, we've done this before. I don't believe it was with Bunnell. We donated some older fire apparatus to a city in Hudson Valley, New York. I don't remember exactly what, it was a while ago.
Councilwoman?
No questions. I think that Bunnell's success is our success, so.
Agreed. Councilman?
Nope, all good. Absolutely.
Okay. Let's open up the public. Any comments from the public? Seeing.
I will, because I'm a taxpayer. Silly again. How many times we say no to the residents over 10,000, 15,000 expenditure? But now we're going to, and you're going to do it, I know, but I have to remind you. I would say, why don't you allow this to the next council? And I would say, because it's the taxpayers' monies, and we have 15,000, 20, 40,000 total, that is the value of this equipment at auction, and we just it's like we are the rich city, that we are for that type of activity, but we're not the rich city when it comes about helping the needs of the residents that come here and ask you for things that cost less than that. So this is everything I can say. I understand we need to have a good relationship with our neighbors, but we shouldn't be paying for that neither. And this is taxpayers' monies. And if before it was done, I was wondering if it was asked the taxpayer if their dollars were supposed to use in this way. And I know you're going to prove it, but I know a lot of people disagrees with this, and this is the taxpayer of the city. That's all I can say.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I would ask for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve this. agenda.
Councilman Gambaro has made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
I have a second from Councilman Pontieri. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I think now we move to our consent agenda I. Are there any comments from city council members on items in the consent agenda?
I have a couple questions on items 12, 17, and 18.
12, 17, okay.
For 12, the master services agreement with multiple firms for disaster financial recovery consultant services. Actually, I have the same question for all three of these. Why are we hiring outside contractors to do work that I feel like our staff should currently be doing?
So for specifically, for number 12, Helena can come up and help correct me if I'm wrong, but hiring a disaster financial recovery consultant helps you in the FEMA process and expedite your funds, right? They're going to take the burden off our staff. Once we've compiled all of our information, they will work directly with FEMA in order to expedite our process to get reimbursed. So it takes the burden away from staff so that we can do our normal day-to-day and get back to what we need to do and let them go through the process with FEMA.
So I guess the two follow-up questions I would have then are, what is their compensation? Is it percentage based? And then two, I mean, how many hours do we really think it takes to do this work?
Well, FEMA is so responsive, it can't be long, right?
Right, yeah, no, I know.
Yes, so for FEMA, it kind of helps us once we've gathered all the information and it's ready for submission with answering the FEMA questions, gathering additional data. We found that by having those experts. It helps us when we have to appeal a FEMA decision and, request additional funds. As far as payment for those, we are reimbursed by FEMA for using the consultant. So right now, it's category Z, and it is a percentage of your disaster. So let's say it's 5%, I believe it's 5% right now for our current Milton hurricane, but we've never come to where they were actually close to charging us those amounts.
So this will cost nothing then to the city?
At the end of the day, once we're reimbursed, that is correct.
Okay.
But it's proven to help us not only get there faster, but have better results when we have to appeal FEMA decisions. Yeah.
And then for 17 and 18, approving piggyback contracts for building plan and review and inspection services. My main question is, because I saw in the description for why we are looking to do this, it looks like we are trying to provide services within a certain amount of time to get these reviews and inspections back. So one, are we missing deadlines, and are these hires because of those deadlines? If not, should we really be expending money to meet deadlines that are not legally imposed on us?
The JPI contract is an extension. Well, it's a new contract, but we already have JPI and others under contract to perform building plans examination in the building department, and inspection services. We've never used a third party for inspection services, but we do use them for plan review regularly. And that's to even out gaps in staff and to manage when big projects come in. So a big project like the hospital, you can imagine, takes thousands of hours of plan review, hundreds of hours of plan review. So instead of moving our staff away from their daily tasks, we slide that over to the third-party plan reviewer. We're expanding the number of master services agreements we have because we've been using JPI pretty much exclusively. They do a very good job for us. But also, you're aware that we've continued to invest in our staff, and we have plans examiners that are getting more licenses and are able to do more of the larger items as well. So these are on an as-needed basis, but last year we did spend $136,000 on third-party plan review. So we do utilize it regularly. It really is a workload thing. It's to manage the workload. Now, to get to your question about timeframes, we have performance measures. They're not tied to statute. They're tied to City Council's previous priorities of being business-friendly and having a regulated, speedy process for building plan review. That is 5 business day review for single-family homes and 10-day review of non-residential products. Now, we can't review a hospital in 10 days or, a large building in 10 days. But most commercial projects, we are able to get pretty close to that. But we do require the assistance, technical assistance when needed from these third-party plan reviewers.
So this is an as-needed, it's not?
Yeah, it's as needed, and it fluctuates all the time. And we're bringing that down now because although there was a bump in residential permitting last month, it is kind of coming down and then to a place where we can manage it. But then when a big project comes in, if you get a multi-building complex come in, I think we have a 9-building medical complex that we're working on. You can imagine that takes a lot of resources. It takes resources away from the day-to-day plan review of all the little things that we have to review for.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So when Councilman Gambaro brings in his military contractor, we'll have to have special needs, special services for a project of that magnitude.
That's right.
We'll be ready.
Okay.
No other questions?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the answer is pretty good about that. I don't know how else you could build your staff to accommodate. They're not anomalies, but I mean, they're good things. But for economic development,
Yeah,
I
for
think we
economic
have to be ready.
development, certainly.
If we get some big wins, you can't possibly expect your staff to be ready to jump up to that level in a day's night. You just can't.
Yeah, no, I wanted to make sure that these contractors aren't being used as kind of like an extension of our current employees,
Right.
and that doesn't sound like that's the
No,
case.
it's really filling in the gap. The term gap was used, so I think that's a good one. Any other questions about the consent agenda?
Number 15, Mr.
Yeah, go
Mayor,
ahead.
just for the city staff going forward, at any time there's a sole source on the agenda, I'd like for somebody to come up and just explain, and in this case, it's for the hydraulic tool sets. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir. Kyle Berryhill, Palm Coast Fire Department. Those are the jaws of life. So we've slowly transitioned away from an hydraulically powered but gasoline generator powered version of these to a battery powered hydraulic tool. And although there are multiple manufacturers that make a version of this tool, this is this manufacturer, which the NAFCO contract is what we're approving, is what's the requested approval on the consent agenda. This manufacturer is consistent with the interoperability would be a main reason for the sole source situation today. So these tools would be able to, the batteries specifically, would be transferable. So if we were to arrive at a scene, two engines that both needed to utilize, this cutting equipment, we would be able, and actually we're trying to plan so that every engine doesn't have every tool. So when two arrive, they have complementary things, which you see for budgeted for this year, something called a combi tool. We used to have two separate tools that were each in the $15,000 range, one cut and one spread. And then we have another tool called a RAM that also spreads. But this is a combination tool that both cuts and spreads. So yes, sir, this is a sole source because the manufacturer, we want to remain consistent in our fleet so that way it also helps us when things go out of service, some of those kind of things, but that's the nature of this request.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that answers my question.
So take care of it. Very good. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
All right, with that, I would open up the consent agenda to public comment. Let me guess.
Sylvia Puglisi, 91 in Palm Coast. The first item, 12, is not free consultation. I understand that our administrator, sorry, my memory, I know her name, but I don't remember now, that she does a good job. She said that will cost 5%, so not 50, 5% of the approved amount from FEMA. So whatever approved amount from FEMA that we're requesting for emergencies, disaster, that's why I understand it'll cost this consultant. The other 16, 17, 18 also, I hope there is a good intention or monitoring or something regarding the use of these consultants, because they only should be, like Mayor Alfin said, just for large, extraordinary large projects, not for a regular, building of whatever, because these consultants are very expensive. We have millions, I think, spent in consultants in the city, and we need to be a little bit careful with that because it's taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I would entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
I will move to approve the consent agenda as read.
I have a motion from
second.
Councilman Clufus to approve, and a second from Councilman Gambaro to approve. Any final discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
The motion passes
Clerk has the
unanimously.
count. Very good. So with that, I will we'll move to J, which is public participation. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on items not previously discussed in today's agenda? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Are there any discussion by members of city council that were not on today's agenda?
Can you come to me last? Would you mind coming to me last?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank
sure.
you.
I'm sorry, I just naturally took
No,
that
that's
way.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, first and foremost, happy Veterans Day to all of our veterans in our community and to those in our city. And I wanted just to personally thank Mayor Alphen, Vice Mayor Danko, and Councilman Clufus for their service to our city. It's, you know, everybody says when they encourage you to try to become part of this, you know, just distinguished body, hey, you know, it's a part-time job, this and that, and everybody here, whether we agree or disagree, everybody here works hard for the members of our community, and the fact that you gentlemen have done it for so many years, it's a testimony to your commitment to public service and the commitment to this community, and everybody has driven change in a positive way, so I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And before I proceed, I actually wrote down my notes because I wanted to be very specific. So I'm going to ask for consensus of the council on, I think it's a very important issue that involves our military veterans in our community because it involves the gaps in our leave policy, our military leave policy for our employees who serve in the National Guard, in the Army Reserves, and also the State Guard. What I'm asking for is consensus from the council to direct the staff and our city attorney to go through a review process and bring back to council some recommendations on revising and improving these policies. I bring this matter up because this has been brought to my attention by several constituents, and I think it's important that we take a hard look at our current policies for our National Guard and Reserve members. And no city employee should suffer financially and have to choose between serving, you know, our community and also serving our country when it comes to some gaps that we might have. So I would just like for us to take a look at it, review it, see if it makes sense, and then move forward down the road if the new council agrees.
So, Charlie, just the policy in general?
Just the policy in general, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Just to take a look at it, and where the rubbers meeting the road on this one is our policy supports some federal active duty orders, but like for state active duty orders, like we just had with the hurricane,
okay,
if it's under 30 days for state active duty orders, it's not covered. And what we have to look at is, well, when one of our city employees, whether firefighter or, you know, DPW worker, has to go do this, then they don't receive their salary. Well, guess what happens? Their insurance gets turned off also, their medical.
So there is a policy actually in place that can be reviewed?
It is,
okay.
yeah, and what I'm asking is just for us to review
yep.
it and see if it meets the current needs of our city employees.
I think you have consensus here, yes. So that would, I guess, become an agenda item at some point?
Yeah, workshop, however is best.
Sure. Yeah, we'll look into that. I'm not sure city policies and procedures are adopted by city council. I don't believe they are, but we'll look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Thanks again for your service.
Thank you
very much. And for
any other notes?
And no, that's it. And for supporting me to serve on this council. Thank you very much.
Councilman Pontieri want to go last, so
Oh,
you're up.
Ladies first.
Batter
This is
up.
my last one. You don't want to
Okay,
go
yeah, no, I'll let you
Okay, I
go
appreciate
last.
that.
Yeah, no problem. I guess I just didn't want to take away your thunder. Thank you both. It's been a pleasure serving with you for 2 years. It's been interesting. We've had a lot. But, you know, I was thinking about the other day, we've done a lot of really good stuff. We really have. I'm proud of a lot of the things that we've been able to get done these last couple of years. And so I wish you the best of luck in whatever you do in the future, and look forward to actually being able to speak to you, because right now we can't. So that'll be nice. I also want to thank all of our veterans. Thank you for serving our country, and thank you for the beautiful event yesterday. I was unable to go because I was still feeling under the weather, but greatly appreciative to our community for putting on such a wonderful event. I want to recognize one of our employees, Dylan Combs. So we have an Employee of the Month every month, and this specifically had to do with some extra efforts that he went out of his way to perform to stop some water intrusion in a property and in a backyard. And I think that that's really relevant right now, obviously. And this young man just went above and beyond to serve a member of our community. So I wanted to recognize him and thank him for his efforts. Lastly, it came out in the news a week or two ago that Vice Mayor Danko engaged in what I think is some pretty, I don't even know what you would call it, disconcerting behavior with regards to trying to orchestrate a lawsuit being filed against the city for the referendum that we put on the ballot, that he voted to put on the ballot. It is within every single council person's purview to agree and disagree with the policy that we come up with from this board. It is within everybody's purview to engage in speaking about that. Your freedom of speech is your freedom of speech. You're able to speak out against it, you're able to agree with it, disagree with it, whatever it may be. But when you take that next step to not only vote in a certain way, but then to try to get residents to sue the city that you are supposed to represent for that referendum, costing the taxpayers money, and then sit up here and say, oh, well, we shouldn't be spending taxpayer dollars on the lawsuit that was filed against us, is beyond the pale. And then in addition to those actions, you engage in a shade meeting, making decisions on behalf of the city and on behalf of our taxpayers that are supposed to be in the best interest of the city, when all the while you were trying to get residents to sue the very city that you represent. The conflict of interest in this regard is inexplicable. The mental gymnastics that had to have been taking place, I can't even imagine. I fear that if we don't do something about this on this board, we are tacitly approving that behavior, and I refuse to do that. This action is in addition to several other things that Councilman Danko has done that I abhorrently disagree with. One of them, Mayor, is putting a GIF of you all over social media making donkey sounds. It's incredibly disrespectful. There's a complete lack of professional courtesy. We are free to disagree. I don't want to impose on anybody's freedom of speech, but we also have a certain level of decorum that we must conduct ourselves with. And decorum went out the window as soon as that GIF hit social media. That behavior should not be accepted by this council. The behaviors of threatening staff that I've heard about, threatening fellow council members that I've heard about, I just cannot continue to say that's okay. And as we usher in a new board, 3 new members, I think we need to set a standard that type of behavior cannot continue. So I have not spoken up about those items before because, again, I don't want to impose on somebody's freedom of speech. But when I take that in conjunction with the most recent story that we heard about Mr. Danko trying to get a resident to sue the city, suggesting providing an attorney for it, suggesting that it would be pro bono, suggesting that he would put that person in contact with an attorney and actually facilitating meetings and information flow and all of these things and having text messages that prove it, to me is censurable behavior. So I move to censure him for that. And I also would ask our attorney to look into an ethics violation complaint for that behavior, because that type of behavior should not be acceptable by this city or by the county. And it's not something that I think that should happen in the future. And I fear if we don't take action now, we are setting ourselves up for this type of behavior to occur again in the future.
Okay, so we have a motion. I'll ask if there's a second to the motion.
I will second it, and I will say I have 2 regrets over the last 8 years, which are standing out of my head. One is not standing up more against when Vice Mayor Danko was out there campaigning against our previous mayor, Melissa Holland, spreading lies door to door on Ring cameras. I thought that was absolutely astonishing to me. And then number two, ever allowing him to have the title of vice mayor and some hoping that he would become more of an adult and be able to understand the enormity of the situation and that title in itself. So for those reasons, I absolutely second your motion. I think it is a long time that we established the decorum that existed when I first started on this political journey, and I think that is a more successful path for our council, because really our success is a function of how well we all can work together, and his behavior is unacceptable.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. There is no public for public comment. I'll open public comment. I'll close public comment. Any further discussion?
We can do this, the censure.
Yes. So this is a parliamentary procedure where if you think that a council member is not following, as Councilwoman Pontieri, decorum, our policy procedures, this is a way of kind of putting it in writing, saying you're not following procedures that we would like you to follow in a certain, or his conduct is unbecoming in a certain scenario.
Do we have precedent for this?
During my time, I have not.
I mean, since the city's been established, do we have precedent for this?
There is nothing that says in your policy procedures talks about censure, but is a normal I can't say the word, parliamentary action.
It would be a censure beneath Robert's rules for failure to follow our policies and procedures with regards to decorum.
Yeah, I think we have moved for censures before previous councils that I've been part of.
Have you?
Yep, excuse me.
Okay.
And Mr. Gambaro, I would also say it is usually normal to have something like that in your policy procedure. For some reason, the city doesn't, so that could be something that we could have discussion with the new council.
Okay, I wish the vice mayor was here to defend himself. You know,
I agree. I didn't realize he would be leaving early today.
Are we surprised, though?
I have no comment on that.
Fair, okay, me neither.
I'm conflicted with the motion, not because I disagree with your desire to set a standard. Certainly when I was elected, my first obligation, I felt, was to restore some level of decorum. If you'll remember, the dais at that time was conflicted with everything but fisticuffs, and it was complicated. So it's certainly been a driving factor, important to me from day one. I think we have, worked towards decorum, but there have been episodes and incidents which certainly I'm not okay with. My reservation is that having been the target and remaining silent, I do not want this to appear to be a retaliatory or any kind of a reaction. That's not my style and not my way. I'm a much bigger and broader shouldered person than that. And if I think that social media gifts are really the deciding factor in the world at large, then I'm just lost in all of that. But with that said, I guess I will go ahead and call the vote.
Mayor, may I
please.
just, so I do agree with you to an extent that, the GIF is the GIF, whatever. And that's why I haven't moved for this action before. But the lawsuit issue is that's a different playing field.
Okay.
That's a different playing field. So I think that's what really needs to be considered is going out and financially being okay with potentially harming the city, working with a resident behind closed doors to sue us, and then engaging in a shade meeting when clearly there's a conflict of interest.
Okay. So the move for censure is
It's based on the
prioritized
lawsuit.
to that particular issue.
Correct,
Right.
correct.
All right.
As with the ethics complaint, let me be very clear about that.
Okay. I don't know how the ethics complaint research moves forward, other than with future city council members, I guess, obviously, that's what
Yeah,
needs to
council
happen.
would have to-
We would
It
not
will be based on
part
this
of it.
motion that they want me to look in filing a ethics complaint against Mr. Danko.
Okay, then, call the vote.
Councilmember Gambaro,
No.
Councilmember Clufus,
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri,
Yes.
Mayor Alfin.
Yes.
The motion passes 3-1.
All right, with that, we're still on council member comments. So I have no such thunder, so you're not stealing any thunder from me. The only comment I can make is I've not yet been able to put together an answer for my wife, who I will thank for allowing me to do this for this long, and her question always being, why are you doing this? But we all understand how those questions in family go. So with that, are there any?
I didn't go yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's,
I could wait till next meeting, but I don't know.
No.
Oh,
So
okay.
sorry.
I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you so much to everyone who's ever been a part of this venture. It's absolutely crazy. I wanted to thank emergency service workers, first responders. Thank you guys for being on the forefront of keeping our community safe. I wanted to thank leadership. You guys are absolutely amazing. You tremendous individuals in your own rights, but you work collaboratively to bring the city to the level and standard that we know and love today. And I was trying to think of a bunch of funny stuff that I could do up here. Yesterday I was leaving the Southern Recreation Center and I said, wow, this place is amazing. Over the last 8 years, so much has changed. We have the new community center, the Southern Recreation Center, waterfront park, all of the Indian Trail Sports Complex has changed. The New York Jets are still terrible. But besides those things, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my predecessors as well. Bob Cuff, Melissa Holland, John Netz, Eddie Branchino, my peers that were sitting up here now. I thank you so much, and I have trust that the city is going to move in the correct direction, and I really couldn't be more humbled and thankful for the opportunity that I've had to leave my fingerprint on the city, and I will leave it at that. Just a humble thank you, and I can't say any more, and I just appreciate it a ton. 8 years is a big part of my life, and I have grown tremendously, and you guys have been part of that. I wish you guys the best of luck, and I know that you guys are going to keep and take care of the city very well. Thank you.
Nicely said, thank you. City
Oh,
Manager.
also, can I just thank my family real quick, my mom and sister? Thank you.
Nothing from me, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, City Council, I just want to say thank you for your leadership. It is wonderful to work with you, call you all the time whenever things are happening. We look forward to the continuation of new leadership coming in and just furthering the growth and progression of our beautiful and amazing city, because it is wonderful here, and people do love living in beautiful Palm Coast, Florida. So when you have a meeting this long, we usually celebrate with cake. So I believe Kendra has some snacks for us, but just from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much.
Oh, we thank you. And staff,
Look at that.
thank you. Ah, isn't that nice?
What? Oh, like one corner, I was worried. That could have been an entrance.
Usher forward the cake.
Yes. I'd second that.
All right, well, in advance of the cake, I'll go ahead and
Motion to adjourn?
adjourn the
Hey,
meeting.
all right.
Thank you very much. And maybe, let me just ask, so I will be, you two will be here on next Tuesday? I doubt, just me. I'll be the lone survivor here.
We need at least a quorum to open the meeting.
No, I'll be here.
Certify the election results.
Yeah, no, I need to be here to
Okay.
pass the gavel, so yeah,
Okay.
so fine, good. Okay, good enough.
Fair.
All right.
Are we adjourned? Hit the gavel?
Yes.
Yeah.